And we're live. Carol and I. She's waiting. Must meet my other window. And add Carol, who will be discussing a range of Islamic matters with me. You will know her as White Muslim Woman, who has a lot of things to say about secular Koranism and other stuff. Hello, Carol. Welcome, welcome.
Hi, Claire. Can you hear me? Salam.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, lovely. Okay. So, what's up?
Um, well, I guess I've been, talking to more and more people and, getting more and more annoyed at how they keep pretending not to understand what I'm saying and finding all kinds of irrational and irrelevant reasons to um, find fault. I mean, I get it that, um, if you are going to be saying something, well, okay, people tend to reject new ideas. And I guess if you don't want controversy, you would reject them and wait until it's safe for you to talk about them. But fortunately, you're not like that. You're able to talk about things without, you know, in a neutral way, I think, or you're more
Sometimes.
able to.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Well,
So,
yeah.
what were the. Um, I wasn't sure where you wanted to start with all this stuff.
Well, I mean, whatever's on your mind, really. I'm just, here to, listen to what people have to say about, things. And I gather you have a few things on your mind that you wanted to say, that you didn't think, that you thought would be better said here rather than just by text.
Um, well, I'm not really sure exactly what aspect you want to talk about. I was just saying that there's some reasons why Muslims wouldn't like your idea, and what I find it kind of interesting in all this is most of the people, when they start talking, you don't seem to be able to repeat back what you said. I'm not sure why. Like they turn it into something else, or they just aren't listening to the whole thought. I don't know. I think it's okay to disagree with stuff, but I get a little tired of hearing people say you said things that you pretty much didn't just say. You just didn't say that. And they're not kind of getting the point. And I think it's kind of not the way to talk to people to be like that. I think you can listen to an idea and try to think about the idea a little bit, but I don't think you have to change what somebody says. And it seems like most people just want to argue. Like they're just waiting for a word and then they're going to argue. Decide that's what you're saying before you can finish speaking.
Yeah, you said the wrong word.
Yeah.
You went
Yeah. And
towards
then
the
they
wrong
want to
view.
drill that. They want to go on and on and on. Well, that's not what okay. Yeah, I find it irritating. Basically, Muslims aren't going to agree with your idea because it isn't Islam. That's the problem. That's the main reason. And the uh, your your view is sort of like a Quran only person when they're reading the Quran. You're reading the translation. And you have your own interpretation of what it is you're reading, and they're insisting you can't do that. Although most people do it to some level. You know what I
Well, I
mean?
think
Most
that this is how different schools of Islamic jurisprudence developed. It's like, oh, hey, we can base our law on the Quran, and then they take the book and then they, roll it out and that's why I guess you have these different schools of Sharia.
Well, and it depends on which ones, and it depends on their idea of what's authority and not. And what is sunnah, how to apply sunnah, if it's literal, is it something that's only time restrained? I mean, there's a whole lot of things involved in it. But what I find rather amusing about the whole thing, I find this part kind of amusing, is okay, as you already know, there's some of your ideas I just don't agree with. Okay. Some of your interpretations, I just say, no, that's not what it means. But what I find interesting is when people are listening to your idea, they're insisting almost to the point of no return that your ideas are the sunnah for secular Koranism. And
What
my
does
opinion,
sooner mean?
the sunnah, like following, if you're going to equate this with the sunnah is the way of the prophet. In other words, they're treating your idea as if what you say about your idea is the sunnah, and they must follow every aspect of your interpretations that you have. Although you've already said how many times that your idea will be defined by the countries that adopt it.
Well, yes, I mean, I have no power to make sure that everybody interprets it exactly as I want it. I
Yes.
imagine there will be departures that I will be helpless to prevent, but these are just my suggestions and recommendations, um,
But
and
they're
yeah.
acting like your suggestions are the sunnah, in which case they don't want that sunnah and they're rejecting the whole idea. Do you understand what I'm saying? For
Yes,
Muslims, this is what they're doing. They're looking at your idea and they're saying, the sunnah here is the words of Claire Kaw, her interpretations of the Quran. Do you understand?
well,
In
I
other
suppose I
words, you have
wouldn't
a
be the
school of
supreme
thought.
authority on supreme
They're
secular
they're saying
Quranism.
they're making it like they're saying like you're the Sunni. It was your idea, so then your interpretations of your idea is what they're stuck with. I'm saying no, because the idea itself has a backdoor out of saying no. Everyone will interpret it for themselves. So they're insisting that the Sunnah is your interpretations for some reason. And I'm saying, why? Why do they have to do that? Why can't they look at your idea and divorce your interpretations from it? Why
Well,
can't
I
they
mean, the
do that?
thing
But
is
they
that,
don't even get that far when you're talking to them.
well, I think they want to reject the idea lock, stock, and barrel because they don't want to be seen to be discussing it, and when they um, say it in this way, they will, have they know they will have the effect of suppressing it. So I think that that's the idea, really. Um,
No, I think some of the Muslims are just repelled by the idea because of some of your interpretations. But if you divorce your interpretations from it, the ones they don't like, because they can interpret the Quran as they like, and they certainly can interpret it the way Muslims would interpret those ayahs they get mad about. Why why get so upset over the idea? That's what I'm finding odd about the. I've always found that odd about this when people are talking to you. Why are they insisting that your interpretations are the gold standard and cannot be deviated from? In other words, they are approaching it as if it is a school of thought in Islam already that has the rule they must follow clear cause sunnah. And I'm saying, why? Why do they look at the idea that way? I don't understand. That's what I don't understand. Why is people doing that? Now, there's plenty of reasons people, not people, maybe other people won't like your idea. Some people just don't want adulterers whipped or whatever. But why can't people just look at the idea as in, okay, if they read the Quran and they interpret things in their way, and that's all you've been telling people to do, why is it they're saying that we must follow clear cause interpretations?
well, I think that they just don't want to be seen to be saying Sharia of any kind at all. And if they say, oh, but she's not even Muslim, they kind of have their excuse, because I think the intention is to not discuss it rather than to discuss it. And even if I didn't exist, they just wouldn't be seen dead promoting Sharia for non-Muslims. So I don't think it even it's even particularly personal in a way. I mean, even if quite a few of them do not like me, um, it's just that they wouldn't dream of promoting such a thing. And they're outraged at the idea that I, of all people, should be promoting it, because they wouldn't be seen dead, even as believing Muslims, to be doing so in the West.
Well, I think these same Muslims that are, I think, I, I, I don't know. I think quite a lot of Muslims would actually promote Sharia in the West, either according to their school or to their own views of it in a general way. I think they would. I don't know why they're insisting of making your interpretations the interpretations people must use if they're looking at secular Koranism itself. Because part of your Sunnah, Claire, is to say that this will be interpreted by the people in the country, whatever
Yeah,
country.
it would be the Supreme Court
All
of
right.
the US, if the US decided to do it, or the UK Supreme Court if they just decided to do it. And I imagine there would be some differences.
Right. There you go. So I don't know why the Muslims seem to look at this and say they must follow your interpretations, and then the non-Muslims are just saying, it's a repulsive idea anyway. Because they don't like Muslims, and also some of your ideas, even the Muslims don't like. You know what I'm saying? But it's just it's kind of an interesting thing. I don't know why people can't kind of think of it as a different sort of way of organizing people.
I think it's neurosis and just as the desire not to be seen dead discussing it, because you may know that Ajam Chowdhury, has been jailed just for proposing that this Sharia for UK thing. And as far as I know, he really hasn't been doing it in a violent way. I mean, I know they tried to pin acts of terrorism on him, but they couldn't. But they
On who?
decided to.
Who is
Hmm?
he? Who is
Anjem
he?
Chowdhury, have you not heard of
Oh,
him? He's known for having these shouting matches with Sean Hannity.
yeah. I don't really know anything. I don't know anything about him. I'm not so in tune with the wider Islamic scene everywhere, especially in England. I just know that he's seems to be promoted as some kind of a terrorist or something, right? Ajam Chandri or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he does promote it uncompromisingly, but he, he's a trained solicitor, so he, try to be on the right side of the law, but they got him anyway.
Hmm.
Um, but so I think it's really fear of Muslims to be seen to be in any way promoting Sharia. They don't want to do it, and because they don't want to do it, they're just going to stamp on the idea. Really, I mean, we're thinking of certain individual, and I think in our many discussions with him, he has basically said that he wouldn't be promoting it anyway, not his school or any school at all. And I think the view of most Muslims is that they're going to go to heaven anyway, so they don't care. You know, uh, and they're not political activists, and they prefer to do things a slow way, and they're saying, well, we can only promote it when we are a Muslim majority country, and it's nowhere like that at the moment, and we just have to bide our time, slowly, catchy monkey, that kind of idea. Not wishing to frighten the horses, that kind of thing, and certainly not intending to solve the problem ASAP.
Well, that doesn't have anything to do with why people can't even spit back what you said. That doesn't make any sense to me.
I think it's a kind of neurosis. Well, it's just safer to think I said something else and reject it, as a whole than um, you know be seen to even engage with it. That there's so many things now that they can't you know discuss really.
But you got some guy in the comments here, Mike
Mike
Malzahn.
Malzahn, I'll give him the link, in case he wants to join us. He's a Floridian.
A what? Oh, Floridian from Florida.
Yes,
Hmm.
and he might like to join us. And he says uh, that Anton Chowdhury is in jail for supporting terrorism. Actually, no. They've got all these sort of euphemisms. So originally it was directing terrorism, and now it's no, no, no. Before that, it was inviting support for terrorism, and now it is directing terrorism. But these are just vague words that um, really doesn't describe what he has done. Because if you go to the website of the Crown Prosecution Service, you see that they couldn't connect him with any act of terrorism at all, and um, and you can read between the lines, and they were saying that he is being punished for not having changed his views and posting on social media. And if you read even further between the lines, they're saying that they don't want to say that he can't post on social media for the rest of his life, because that sounds so um, draconian. Um, so they just pretend that he was directing terrorism. Anyway, here's Mike. Hello, Mike.
Hey Claire, how are you doing? The white Muslim woman, how are
Mike
you?
Malzahn Kaffer. You can call me Carol. It's okay.
Coffee. Oh, hey Carol. I've
Yeah.
been to your channel once. Claire turned me on to it. I think we chatted a little bit in the chat, not like
Hmm.
on camera or anything.
Hmm.
Uh, you have a very interesting view of things as well as Claire's very interesting view. You were saying you want to like a white nationalist Islam within America type thing.
Well, I think for Islam to really uh, I'm against all these the foreign influence of Islam in the West. I'm against these imams that are coming here because the reason they're coming here is not to do dawah really. It's for political reasons. They want to get political support from governments and stuff. They're not here to do dawah. You can tell that if you attend any masjid. They're pretty much just trying to keep their ethnicities under control and inside their umbrella politically, and they're funneling money. That's what I believe is going on, and that's what it seems to be has been going on from what I've seen being Muslim. So I believe that Islam itself, in order to be really relevant to white Muslims, white European Muslims, white American Muslims, is that it has to be reflected through our culture just the same way as it was when it went into Turkey or it went into Bosnia or it went into Indonesia. The religion itself has to start being reflected through the people who actually live there, the actually indigenous people. Now, we do have it reflected through Black Americans because they've had enough Black Americans that have been Muslims since, the Nation of Islam days. But this is not, it's not enough. And this LARPing around like foreigners has gotten to the point of being ridiculous. People become Muslim, they go to these because they have let too many of these immigrants come in all at once. It's over immigration too fast is what has happened.
Yeah, even Trudeau has reversed immigration. Did you see that? The Canadians are dialing back immigration. He says we're going to flatten the curve out and then get back to it or something.
Oh, who knows? Who knows what they're all going to do? It's just seems to be a bunch of yes men to something else. We have big problems with our governments in the West. They're not supporting the people they're supposed to serve. They're supporting some big globalist agenda that really is not what the people really want. The regular people.
Claire, I saw you on the Marxist channel yesterday, the CPI.
Oh, yes, that was a long one. Yeah. What did you think?
I didn't listen to the whole thing. I heard you bring up Trump, and then I had to rewind it, and then I guess those guys are Marxists for Trump or something. I saw Joe Waller they had some video of Omali Yashili, I think he calls himself now. Back in the day, in the 60s, he was Joe Waller. He's from St. Pete. I used to own a house not far from the Uhuru house. They were talking about
right, the Uhuru movement who are now in trouble.
They were talking about the Uhuru 3, which I didn't know they were in any trouble there. But back in the 90s, they started a riot in 94 after Tyron Lewis, black kid, got shot. Burnt down the Babcock on 4th Street, I remember. Tried to burn a couple other things down.
Are you familiar with that group, Carol?
What's the name of the group again?
Uhuru?
No.
Yeah, they're like a. Well, they're not Muslim. They're not Muslim, but they're just like they kind of like the Black Panthers, I would say. They're African nationalist kind of, and they want reparations, and they used to have in their one room their map would be upside down. And I guess the theory was that, the white man even put the map so where the European countries are on top and Africa's on the bottom. So
right. Okay.
They had their map hanging upside down, which I guess if we're on a globe, depending on where you're looking at the earth, the top could be the bottom could be the top or whatever. But it was always kind of funny.
So the Pan-Africans. So
yeah, they're not like a return to African movement, I don't think. They're like a Black Power type thing. They're big on Black education, and we need to learn more about how Black people did all sorts of things in America. You got to read DeBose and
Yeah, so they got into trouble for conspiring to act as foreign agents of the Russian government.
Oh, okay. They are communists as well, Marxists.
Yeah. And but anyway, they're saying it's lawfare really, and they haven't done anything of the sort, and being considered a foreign agent is so nebulous that any foreigner who bought you gave you a treat might be a foreign agent and get you into trouble, that kind of thing.
Well, who was the Greek guy with Trump, George Papalopoulos or whatever?
Oh, yes.
They got him in as a foreign agent. They mentioned like an FBI raid, I guess, on the Uhuru 3. I couldn't remember his name at the time. I couldn't put it in the chat, but I was like, yeah. Any mention of Roger Stone, when they raided old Roger Stone's house in the middle of the night with 60 armed agents, they're just sending a signal. So we'll see. Maybe Vivek and Elon can degrade our intelligence guys and bring the government back into check a little bit. It's so funny because it used to be the Republicans were always like, oh, the FBI. Well, if you haven't done anything wrong, you got nothing to worry about. And and the liberals were like, oh, we got to get rid of this huge government apparatus. Why are they spying on people? Civil rights. Back when the ACLU actually believed in civil rights, they weren't all about DEI stuff. Now it's the liberals are like, oh no, we need the FBI. These crazy deep state Republicans now, what are they talking about? It's all conspiracy theory. I mean, if you don't think the FBI is running wild, in fact, you could read the book. This guy's from St. Pete. I can never remember if his name is Trevor Aronson or Aaron Treverson. But he wrote FBI Terror Factory after 9/11, how, all sorts of people were set up. We had a kid here in Tampa who, Sami Osmaka, he's a Bosnian, and apparently wasn't very religious. Him and his brother flew to Turkey or something. The brother claims they hit like some turbulence coming back, and he all of a sudden become uber religious. There's video of him down at like a Britney Spears concert, like getting into a fight. It's funny because he gets into a fight with like an evangelical street preacher guy, and they're both arguing the same thing, that Britney Spears is immoral and this is decaying America and it should be stopped. But the one's a Muslim, the one's a Christian, so they kind of get in a little push and match. But the FBI sends in an informant guy, a con man, and next thing you know, he's arrested for he wanted to blow up the Hard Rock in Tampa, this bar called McDinton's, and at the time I actually used to go there. I had a friend in South Tampa, and so he's in jail on all sorts of terror charges. And his family argued, he had mental health problems. This, turbulence on this plane changed him, but without the FBI encouragement, he wouldn't have thought of any of this stuff.
Well, I heard that, often that they are agents provocateurs. They,
Sure.
actually, encourage you and then nab you for after you are encouraged. I
Well,
suppose it's quite-
the FBI. Well, now I guess Homeland Security is doing it, but the FBI has always been paying attention to what Muslims done in this country way back during civil rights. They've always been gone in and started asking the imams questions and stuff, and sometimes they come sit in the congregation. I was at one masjid, I don't know how many years ago. I was sitting there, and a bunch of them came in, right?
What,
So they
wearing FBI jackets or whatever they wear.
No, they just weren't dressed right. They had the kufi hats on, right? And
What's that?
the
Hootie
little
hats?
the caps Muslims wear, they're kind of like a Jewish kippah, but it's bigger and it has sides.
Oh, right. They tried to pass as Muslim, but they
Yeah,
failed.
they tried to pass. They came in. They were carrying tasbihs. They were if one had come in, just one, you might would have thought it's just some, a Sunni guy showing up, but it was kind of a little bunch of them. And then they didn't sit together. They spread out all over the masjid so they could hear what people were talking about. It was too obvious. They weren't dressed like how anyone at that particular masjid would have dressed. That's what was kind of funny about it. So they all had it's kind of like if you had a bunch of people came from a Mormon church, say, from the Mormon church service, and they were dressed kind of like how they all dress in those kind of pretty dresses, like a lot of them do because they're in the sewing. And a whole bunch of them showed up at a Catholic church. Okay, you're going to figure out, you can tell they're not Catholics. You can tell right away. There's too many of them. And then they're not even sitting together. It was obvious. They wanted to see if that imam was going to say anything that they thought was radical or something. That's why they were there.
Right.
And this has been going on for years and years. And at another masjid, the FBI used to come and sit in there. So finally, this one foreign guy started going to the FBI office because they have an FBI office down. And so he said he was there to tell them what the imam was talking about. They go, okay, tell us. He started lecturing them on naps and how to improve themselves, this kind of stuff. He kept going in there and doing this week after week. Finally, they told him, just don't come back here anymore. They want to hear about how they need to control their animal naps. You know what I'm saying? It was it was kind of funny, but this has been going on for years. This isn't since 9/11. This has been going on for years.
Hmm.
And all the Muslims know, all the Muslims in California know this goes on because they come in and out. And and they'll question the imams. They go in and question the imams. Everybody knows.
Well, I think the kind of sermonizing has been so watered down that I think Muslim youth, when they're faced with the completely obstructive way that imams talk, actually are radicalized by the attitude of the imams, and then they go online and search for more radical content
Well, Islam
because
is actually relatively passive, or they wouldn't have ended up. I mean, as Muslims in general are relatively passive. So yeah, you have different groups and stuff, but the imams themselves, most of them aren't stirring anyone to do anything. They're not stirring anyone up to do anything.
yeah, I mean they say things like perfect yourself and
Well, that's the
don't.
point. It is a religious place, Claire. It is religion that people are in there for. They're trying to promote themselves, but they're ill-equipped to deal with people living in the West because they don't understand the West. These foreign imams, hardly on any level. And like there was one video I was watching. He was the son of a foreign imam. He had actually been brought up here for many years. This young imam, young imam, and he was speaking very pro gun controls. He doesn't understand Americans. He doesn't understand us.
Well, I guess a lot of Americans don't understand a lot of Americans. I mean, I get the impression that, this sort of hatred, this Trump derangement syndrome is just pure snobbery. The middle classes just can't get over the fact that, all these working class Americans just can't stand it anymore.
Well,
I
working
think.
class Americans are disappearing because industry is leaving.
Well, and the middle classes are also disappearing because you see a lot of middle class Americans doing working class jobs. You see it in the UK. Their accents are surprisingly middle class. If you listen to electricians and plumbers, and, builders and decorators, they're doing these jobs now. So obviously, okay, so the manufacturing base has been destroyed, and middle class jobs are going. I mean, soon lawyers' jobs will go because of AI.
Oh, and teaching jobs are going to disappear.
Yeah, and that's why they want us to kill ourselves. There's no space for us. We're a bunch of useless eaters, and they have no use for us, and they want us to go away.
There's no
So.
doubt there's a tipping point to this automation. I know there's a lot of economists argue larger populations have always done well for the nation. GDP goes up with more people and all that, but you don't need nearly as many guys to dig a ditch when you got a backhoe now. You're not. We have driverless cars. There was a guy on Freed Zakaria. I don't know if you watch CNN. Freed Zakaria's GPS. It's a Sunday morning show.
Mm-hmm.
And I forget what it was, about 60%, he said 60% of non-college educated males in America make their living driving, right? Being truck drivers, now probably Uber drivers, taxi drivers, delivery,
Mm-hmm.
movement of goods through driving. Well, they're going to do long haul trucking will be the first thing that'll go driverless. You'll just
Mm-hmm.
somebody get the truck on the interstate, boom, and then you can let it go. It's not going to hit anything on the interstate,
Mm-hmm.
unless there's construction and stuff. But then you'll get these, robotic delivery things for pizza and everything else, the Uber Eats. All those guys will disappear on it. So there's
Mm-hmm.
definitely going to be a tipping point to automation. Automation so far has always increased productivity per person, but like you said, with AI, there was a lawyer in New York actually got disbarred because he wrote a brief. He had AI do it. Problem was, AI is still pretty young, and the AI quoted like cases that didn't actually exist. It like made them up. The judge is like, I've been looking
Yes.
for these references you've made for 3 days, and I can't find these cases. And the guy finally said, "Oh, I had Chat GPT do the paper for me," and so they disbarred him. But yeah, my nephew, who was an accountant, he uses Chat GPT all the time to do half his work.
Yes.
I went into a Lowe's. You guys know what Lowe's is?
I do. Claire,
Yeah.
do you know? It's like Home Depot.
Yeah.
Is it a shop? Sorry.
It's a big store. Like it's a lumber. They sell like the vanities you put in a house. They sell hardware, this kind of
It's a
stuff.
massive hardware store. It's a
Yeah,
warehouse
really
size
big.
hardware.
Anyway,
Okay.
I went in there the other day, and then I had my stuff I wanted to get, and not one single cashier. It was all self checkout.
Oh,
And
I
I
haven't
said,
seen a
"Well,
Lowe's totally that way, but you're in California?
yeah,
Yeah. Aldi's, which is like the smallest grocery store. I don't know if you guys have Aldi's over there.
yeah,
It's a
yeah.
German company. But yeah, it's funny because I'm in Seminole in Tampa Bay, and there's no cashier there anymore. Now, Aldi's, they would only have 1 or 2 people in the store anyways. It's like crazy. They'd be stocking and 3 people would be in line, but they could check you out faster than anybody I've ever seen. But then I went up to Jacksonville at my brother's place. I went into the Aldi's, and I'm like, there's no self-checkouts in here, but it wasn't in the best neighborhood. So, but yeah, the self-checkouts, Home Depot, Lowe's, I think Home Depot might usually have one guy there, but the rest is one person with 4 to 8 self-checkouts that they're just watching.
I have someone, that I don't want to say too much information. Anyway, her brother made a robotic hamburger place.
Yeah,
All robotics, the whole place. And people kind of didn't like it. And so when they said why, when they did survey, why is it you don't like it? They didn't like not talking to a human. So then they stuck in a couple of humans. Basically, it's somebody who creates companies and then sells them, creates businesses and then sells them. So
yeah. Even that I think is changing. I hear companies now advertise you don't have to talk to anybody until you want to, or like schedule this online, do this online, get your quote, and they're literally like, you don't have to talk to anybody. I think the Gen Zers and stuff, they don't want human interaction to some degree. They don't want a salesperson getting involved. They want to do it all online and then do it robotically, kind of. But
or use an app in the store. You want to know where something is, like Walmart. You can get the Walmart app, and then it'll tell you where in the store it's located. I just don't do that stuff. I just don't do it. And if I'm in a store and they have a cashier, I never do self checkout ever. If they have it, but I couldn't get out of Lowe's without doing it, and that was a couple of days ago. I was shocked.
Sure, I remember when they self checkouts first started showing up. Everybody's like, "Well, that could be your job that's going away." So, yeah, they'll automate as much as they can out. So that's why I don't know why we're taking in a bunch of immigrants, especially ones that do easily automated jobs.
Well, I don't know. Well, I don't know. There's just a whole bunch of problems going on. It just looks like to me they're going to try to destroy the United States. It just looks to me like the globalist idea is to make the United States weak and ineffectual. They want all of Europe ineffectual. They want a population of people that are actually anti the population that lives there, so that there's no way they can go against this globalist takeover. That's pretty much, to me, what looks like is going on. And the best way to do that is to cause chaos. And it doesn't matter if it's chaos, people arguing over immigrants, or if it's chaos arguing about socialists, or if it's, it gets to where either way works out because it's just chaos. And that's what it appears to be, because are these people, a good number of them are not getting jobs. Now in California, we do have a lot of Muslims here, but it's not the problem of massive Muslim immigrants coming across the borders like going on in Europe, right? What we have are massive South Americans coming across. And now we also have Chinese and Russians coming across, right?
Yeah.
It's just this massive bunch of stuff, and you're just seeing people not being able to get ahead, and it's causing a shortage of housing.
Right.
So,
but I don't understand though why the globalists would want to kill the middle class, because that's their consumer base. I mean,
because they can always fix the consumer base later. It's kind of like if you have a company, okay, here's a company and they're coming into let me think of it. Okay, let's say you have the PDP grocery store and you decided you're going to take over. You want to take over groceries across the nation, right? So you start opening stores where they're going to make good money. Then you're going to use that money to open stores in other places where maybe they're not going to make as good money, but they can still keep the prices down and build those stores up. Then they're going to go into more places like that until the PDP grocery store is across the nation and everywhere and is underselling any competition. So if they want to smash the middle class, they're going to do it to get what they want, and they can always rebuild a middle class later. Is the thinking. The big spenders, they think, well, you can build it up later, because the goal is actually to take over and get rid of all competition. So that's what they're trying to do. And what better way to do that than when there's chaos? And like we see now, stores are closing all over again. They're just closing because they just can't stay open. That's what's going on there. You're pouring money. And so when you have stores, if you're a business and you're opening up a store, not for the purpose of making money right away, but to provide the competition, and you can play a long game, that's how you're taking over. And that's what's going on with the globalists. They want a one world government. So when you see this stuff about, Netanyahu has an arrest warrant from the International Court of Justice, okay, and some people are saying yay, and some people are saying no, I'm saying this is still an extension of globalist takeover, right? I'd like to see the Netanyahu out of the picture, sure, but this is promoting globalist takeover too. So I say no nation needs to pay any attention to what the International Court of Justice has to say about anything, although people, like my case, I'm pro-Palestine, obviously, and other people are, even though it works for their side. But the International Court of Justice is a globalist enterprise. They want to make nations subservient to their court, and I'm saying no. Nationalists should be against this.
Sure, and I don't think the Israelis are signatures to it, and America is not. I remember they were talking about, arresting Bush and stuff. But yeah, it is always interesting that, Muslims, when I bring up things that happen in Muslim countries, like there was a woman in Indonesia in prison for blasphemy because she asked if they could turn the loudspeaker at the mosque down. The Muslims are like, well, it's their rules. It's their country. They can make their own laws. But then they're all like, well, no, the UN says this about Israel, so we need to abide by the UN. Well, I mean, the 1954, UN Charter on Human Rights, I'm pretty sure.
Well, who's the biggest supporter?
You can't imprison somebody for complaining about
the biggest supporter of the UN is the U.S. Okay, so they're not paying attention to the International Court of Justice, but they're still supplying the UN. They're still promoting the globalist agenda, no matter how you look at it. It's like they're saying, no, we don't support the destruction of Gaza, but they're sending all that military stuff to Israel. You can't play. It's not two sides to this. Israel wouldn't have those planes if America wasn't giving it to them. So this, in the press, it's just people are kind of wising up and not paying attention so much to the news in the United States anymore because it's been taken over by corporations. It used to be if you had a newspaper, maybe some family was running the newspaper, or they're being it's corporate. A lot of this stuff is corporate, and so they have their narrative that they're going to spin and keep spitting out, and that's what they're going to spit out. But people have to look at this. They have to look at the Bill of Rights, and they have to think about what they're saying. They should never vote in hate speech laws, anything that curtails freedom of speech. They should not be voting these things in.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's
Yeah.
unbelievable though. All the European, the British Muslims I talk to and all them, they're all like, oh, you can't say something bad about Muhammad and not expect repercussions, not expect to be. I'm like, I know Europe doesn't have freedom of speech. You guys have all these crazy hate speech laws in Canada too, and Australia. But no, you should be allowed to say whatever you want about your government, about what you consider to be a prophet or a god or whatever.
But who's supporting this? Who's supporting this shutdown of freedom of speech? Is the American government itself.
I don't know about that. The European government certainly
it is.
are.
You cannot tell me Biden was not promoting this. This is incredible.
Did Biden try to change any of the Supreme Court rulings? I mean, the Skokie ruling.
They had a backdoor. They had a backdoor into Twitter. Well,
that's true. You're right there. They did Twitter and Facebook. They acted like Europeans. There's no doubt about it. Biden was probably about as fascist as we've had since Nixon, certainly. Mm-hmm. or even under Kennedy, when you talk about the FBI, you look at like Counterpol or what were they doing with MLK and stuff like that. But luckily, our Supreme Court has still ruled on the side of free speech, and their last few rulings, it was ironic that Scalia was the one dissenter in the Westboro Baptist Church ruling in 2008. But
okay, that's one aspect. But then you have the military-industrial complex sending all these weapons. All these weapons got sent into Ukraine. Nobody knows where they are. Massive amounts of money. There's no accounting for it. Well, I mean, we all see the problem. We all see the problem here. We have a government that no longer has any interest in making America the big head honcho. They're making something else the big head honcho. Okay, that's what's going on. And so these Muslims that are coming in, these Muslims are coming in for countries where they don't have a lot of free speech and stuff. And they're not seeing the big picture either. They're not seeing that they need to look at, in the United States, they need to look at the Bill of Rights, and they need to not promote anything that undermines the Bill of Rights. Nothing. Nothing at all.
Claire, did you hear that?
Something about the Bill of Rights?
No promoting anything that will undercut the Bill of Rights. So you need to abandon your secular Koranism.
No, her secular Koranism, it's constitutionally won't fit in the United States. It's an interesting problem but England doesn't have a
First Amendment, sure.
Yeah, I mean, not just the First Amendment, the Constitution, saying that this thing about making a law that has to do about religion. States used to do it, but the federal government couldn't under the Constitution. So you can't really put her idea in, but I have other reasons why I don't like her idea. So, that would be a problem. But the big problem is for Islam would help white people. It would help them. But people aren't seeing it because of this massive problem with a lot of these immigrants that just don't seem very pleasant to be around culturally to the white people. They don't want to be around that. They don't understand, they promote like women shouldn't go out or go do anything by themselves. Some of them, well, a lot of them do promote that. But they're not looking at is that white people created a culture where most women could walk out and go somewhere by themselves. So what white people are seeing is, well, if we let this come in, things aren't going to get better for us. It's going to go back into time where our women no longer can walk around outside by themselves. They're not seeing that. They're not seeing it. The white people are seeing that, but these immigrants aren't seeing that. They're not getting the picture of how their behavior is very repulsive. Most of these immigrants that came into the United States, a lot of them are families. It's not as much as this massive bunch of, that people that basically walked across and took boats, you know what I'm saying? In the United States, it's people that came, most of the Muslims came on visas with families, and some were students and this sort of thing. It was not this massive influx of Africans and Southeast Asians just coming across the border, Syrians coming across the border like that. So yeah, we have a different situation here. It's a little bit different. So I don't think the Americans quite get the picture of how much trouble these immigrant Muslims are causing in Europe. But it's big. It's very big. So, and then plus if you want to look at England, because it's such a class society, and it's such an obvious class society, it's very hard to get from one class into another. And so if you have all these, basically what would be considered underclass immigrants coming in that are never going to come up, yeah, they're going to get into the criminal elements. I mean, what else is there to do? You know what I'm saying? That's not such a hot place to be. If you're coming in with no skills, an unskilled laborer trying to migrate into England, they're not going to do too well. And they're ghettoized in these big housing projects and stuff. But yeah, I think though, for Islam itself would really help white people, white Muslims itself. The idea that you have families, that you're responsible for your family, that you shouldn't be running around having sex with other people. You do not steal from the people next door. These sort of values, they're not bad values, and they're very obvious values. And they believe that you should punish people who break these values. Most Muslims, they don't like people behaving like that. Now, they do come from countries where all this stuff goes on, and all this stuff goes on in white culture too. But it would help. It would help if they thought this was wrong. And you have a Christianity in the United States that has become so liberal. Not all Christian, not all denominations or anything, but have become so liberal because they've had such a huge fallout of congregants, of people that are coming in. Like many of the churches you go to, it's an older population.
Sure.
And they're not promoting a better way to live. They're just promoting forgiveness, which is a good thing to promote forgiveness. But they're not coming up with a narrative or a presentation of what would be a better way to live anymore. And they're not creating a society that looks down upon immoral behavior. And I'm not just talking about sex here. I'm talking about immoral behavior, stealing from people, this sort of thing. Sure. I had my kids years ago. I guess I'm drawing on too much, but years ago, I had my kids going to a Catholic school for a while. The nun that ran it, I had them go in the one, and then I put them in a different one. The one who ran the second school told me that if you're putting your kids in here because you think it's going to be, because she knew I was Muslim and stuff, they thought it was weird, first of all. But she was, if you're putting your kids in here because you think it's going to be a more moral place, that isn't true. A lot of them are stealing and stuff. This is what she told me.
Right.
Right. So the society itself, when I was very young, before the big hippie movement, society itself looked down on people who did things like stealing, who lied. You know, the narrative you were told was tell the truth, even if it meant you're going to get your rear end kicked. You know, this was normal, and these values need to be promoted again in the West. The problem is the Christian narrative isn't capable of doing it anymore, because the whole Protestant thing has weakened to the point of just forgiving. We're going to forgive and love everybody and do like that.
The liberals have managed, especially in California or Seattle, Washington, to win their debate with a lot of people of, you know, don't shame anyone, right? There's no shame in anything you do. If someone steals, it's because they're trying to feed their family. You can't be harsh on them like that. It's because they're poor, especially if they're black. If they're non-whites, you know, well, the poor black kid just stole to feed his family because of, you know, it's like reparations. It's, well, they were enslaved. There was Jim Crow. You know, you can't say anything like, hey, dude, you're not allowed to steal stuff. You know, you're not allowed to punish them for it. Like you said, people who lie now, it's, well, they did it for just to gain a little upper hand or whatever. But shame has largely been driven out of the society, maybe by secularists. If so, that's wrong of them. I'm a secularist, but people make mistakes. And the society, I don't think, though, returning to religiosity is the way to do it. I definitely don't want to see Sharia around. I don't like the laws. I don't like the hudud. These things can happen without becoming religious fanatics or even just religious moderates who say, we're going to impose this religious law. And as the white Muslim said, you can't do it in America. It's unconstitutional. I mean, obviously you can throw out the Constitution at some point and remake it, but I would be against that.
Well, I think a better vision has to be promoted in society. You cannot let a Zionist media keep presenting this sort of societal decay as normative, that people are watching all these images and stuff, everything like that. People have to form their alternatives to this. They have to. And white people must do the same. White people must create their own alternative sort of media, their own separate stuff. But all they're doing, all the white nationalists really are doing, is talking about not much. I mean, they're just talking about what they don't like and kind of like what they hate. And, you know, they want a woman, but they can't find. I don't see the vision. They have not produced a vision. So
Well,
why can't they? Don't have a vision they're really promoting that even most white people are interested on getting on board with. They're not, because you can see that because it isn't happening. What you do see happening are people, white people, marrying these foreign people. And they want families. People are going to marry who asks them to get married. There are people, plenty of people who want to get married. Now, I think most white people, I think, still do marry white people. And in the United States, we have so many different groups here and stuff. I think there's a third category, which is called, well, that's white enough. Okay? You know what I'm saying? You're not going to sit here and run DNA tests on everybody and say, okay, that's 100%, 100% white. But our heritage, we had a great heritage. We had a great history. It's not perfect by today's standards, but it was always progressing. And now it's on a descent. It's decaying. Do we really want that to happen? No. What we need is a white population that is less party hardy, that thinks they should get married, and if they're not married and they're having sex, they're doing something wrong. They need to start thinking like this again. They need to think, I can't steal, or I'm not even going to be invited to anyone's house. You know, there was a time when I was real young. In fact, my parents were old enough to be my grandparents. Okay, I had older parents. And when teenagers start babysitting and all that stuff, my dad would want to know if the lady was divorced or not. He did not want us babysitting in houses where people were divorced. And one time my sister did, some screwball maniac came in. But basically, my dad's feeling was that if they were divorced, that what'll happen is whoever the lady went on a date with is going to end up giving you the ride home, and he might take advantage of you in the car, is basically what my dad's thinking was. This is common sense thinking. But we have now people thinking so politically correct, you can't even think common sense, or you're being politically incorrect. Okay? You're just out of it. I remember when I was young, if you walked down the street and you had a group of guys, a whole bunch of guys standing in a corner yakking and laughing loud, being with each other, you would cross the street and go down the other side of the street to get by them. People didn't want to go be around that because they knew this is bad. Now you're being told, no, you're prejudiced, you're this, you're that, you're a chicken, that's not fair. It's very bad advice. Islam would help people, but not this type that's coming in, that's these immigrants are dragging in, that basically is trying to recreate some sort of cultural mess they have in their own countries, when the reality of the women and men in America and Europe was different. It was not the same reality they're coming from. And it would help white people if they became more conservative again. And I wish the Christian church would do it, because I think they're a little bit more prone towards Christianity in the West. I mean, it's more a heritage they're used to, but they're not doing it. They're not doing it. So you're saying, no, we don't need to go to religion. I remember when I was in junior high and we were talking about the Constitution and stuff, and I was thinking, this really works only if people have religion, because nothing in there was really telling people what the absolute boundary you cannot pass is. Okay, and this is too much atheism, too much agnosticism, too much I don't believe in anything. It's those people are becoming way larger than the sort of religious people, because religious people, when they deviate, they only go so far with their badness. See, this is what I'm saying. So conservatism should be the norm. The conservatism, social conservatism, should be the norm that's promoted and taught in school.
Do you think the Islamic State was an only so far? I mean, have you ever heard of the massacre of Chios in 1822 under the Ottomans? The admiral ordered all children 3 and under killed. I mean,
well, this isn't the relevant part. I'm not saying to bring in imported Islam.
Right. No, but you just said religious people, when they break their rules, I think that's not the words you use, but when they go so far, they only go so far. And I'm like, well, I mean, you got to read up on some history. I mean, the Caliphate of Timur, he ordered his guys to all bring back 2 heads, and some of them couldn't find crystals.
Well, this was common behavior back then. I don't think you can analyze each time period. I mean, you have to look.
Well, the Islamic State was 10 years ago. It was 2014. We saw it in Technicolor.
Islamic State? You're talking about ISIS?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Yazidi. Yeah.
Well, then you can counter that with the fact that Iran let a whole bunch of Yazidis into Iran, and they were housing them in Mashhad and feeding them.
Well, that was nice of them.
No, yeah, this is Islamic State. Islamic State is it's a problem, but this is not. They're not actually a religious thing, and you have a problem. There's a problem with after the after the Ottomans fell apart, the areas that used to be part of the Caliphate, those Gulf states and all that, you had a breakdown of Islam being taught anymore. There was a breakdown of that. Yeah, so there's a lot of historical things for that. But what I'm saying is, I do think a lot of if somebody is coming to the country illegally, they need to be deported. They need to go. And Europe made a mistake letting all these people just crash the borders like that. And they need to correct the mistake. And America needs to too. And on top of that, they need to go into something that's more socially conservative. They need to promote marriage again and start promoting the idea that there's something wrong with all this, the free sex stuff and everything, because what we have is a population of people who are totally undisciplined. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like when druids, okay, they used to do human sacrifice and stuff. It's pretty gross, actually, druids. They cleaned up their act somewhat. Modern day druids don't do human sacrifice, but they cleaned up their act because Christianity took hold in their lands. Okay, so what if you don't like Islam and you don't like, I mean, Christianity can't do it. You're into secularism. What do you think is going to clean all this up to create a country where you once again can have a mighty military that is moral, that is not going to promote destruction in other people's lands? What do you think it would take to do that?
Trump.
What idea? Trump was over there kissing. Trump was over there kissing the Wailing Wall.
Yeah,
this is not working out. What's going on?
Who wins in Israel, Gaza, Palestine has little effect on America. But a conservatism that puts all those values in place while remaining secular is not outside the bounds of imagination. I mean, we can agree as a nation that we can't let people just steal things. I mean, we might have to cut California loose. You guys have gotten so crazy and so embedded. Although, if you look at the California counties, I mean, Bakersfield has always been known to be pretty conservative. We could maybe even change some of the wackos in California's idea of what we want our country to look like. These laws that if you steal less than $1,000, it's a minor, shoplifting that nobody charges. We saw the Walgreens in San Francisco's got chains on their ice cream because everybody just steals things. That's culture. Culture can be changed. Like you said, back in the day, American culture
was
rooted in Christianity.
What is the idea? What idea do you think you can promote that would actually cause that to happen?
The idea is the same as any religious idea, just not based on some deity or ancient text.
What is it?
I'm telling you, it's to create a just society. It's that simple. You say, listen, guys, we all want to get along. I don't want to have to worry about you stealing my shit. You shouldn't have to worry about me stealing your stuff. I shouldn't have to walk down the street worried somebody's going to hit me in the back of the head with a crowbar or somebody's going to punch Rick Moranis in the face for no reason in New York. We got to get the crazies off the streets. We got to bring back reinstitutionalizing the insane, the criminally insane. I blame Jack Nicholson and one who flew over the cuckoo's nest in the 70s. Yeah, were there problems with these institutions? Sure. But now we got cameras, we got all this technology. We got to take the crazies off the street. We got to get the drug addicts off the street, not give them free needles, not give them places to shoot up in, that they do in Vancouver and California and whatnot. You got to bring back a law and order. That's the Republicans have always been a law and order party. They maybe don't always do it properly or as tough as they should. Also, what happens is things get cleaned up. Look at Giuliani cleaning up New York, right? From the 70s to the 90s. Now we're 30 years later, the New Yorkers, there's a whole bunch of new people who never saw New York in 1972. They haven't even seen the movie Taxi Driver, and they think, oh, you can't imprison this poor black man because he's selling single cigarettes on the street, or Eric Gardner and stuff. Oh, the chokehold. You can't. You got to get rid of all that. Say, listen, there's going to be issues sometimes, but our cops need to have the power to arrest people. They need to have the power to sometimes do it violently if the person resists, and we need to lay down the law. That doesn't have to be tied into any sort of religious aspect.
Well, when a religion comes in, they create community. Okay? Secularism doesn't create a community. It creates a bunch of individuals. Okay? There's no reason for a bunch of secularists to come weekly to some area and create a community. There is no motivation to do that because it's not part of secularism. But a religion does.
Ironically enough, there was an article about 5 years ago about atheists renting out churches to have meetings in.
Yeah.
So people gravitate towards community just naturally because we're
communal people beings. Gravitate towards things, but you need something that has a continuity that can go on. You need something that has a continuity that can go on for years so people can be indoctrinated into it as a child and they keep going up in it. Now, the schools used to provide a lot of this, the melting pot nation and all this stuff. That's what they promoted when I was a kid. They liked the founding fathers. They, hip, hip, hooray, we don't have slavery anymore, this sort of thing.
Sure. There you go, nationalism.
But they don't do that anymore.
No,
they don't.
Got to get back to it. Yes, I know. I remember when the melting pot got changed to the mosaic.
Right.
We all want to still stand out as your own culture. And nobody thought the melting pot meant, Mexican culture is obliterated or German culture. I think there's still, German American societies and Polish American and Italian American. And, when African Americans want to be called, or blacks want to be called African Americans, like people are like, oh, I'm not a hyphenated American. I'm like, people have been doing that since, like I said, German American, Italian American, blah, blah, blah. But having American in there is what really counts. So you got to rally around the Constitution and shared ideals. And one would hope our shared ideals would be theft is bad. Having children out of wedlock when you can't provide for them is bad. Being on the dole, being on welfare, that used to be a shameful thing.
But how are you going to get individuals that don't have any kind of community sort of pressure to go that way when all they have to do is go down and get the freebies? It's not going to work.
You cut off the freebies.
Well, yeah, you cut off the freebies and nobody's cutting them off. They're not going to. They're going to cut them down until it collapses. So the they isn't going to do it. If you don't have community, you have one voice in a bunch of million. If you have a community talking,
if you want to drive religion, you should eliminate the state as the nanny and make them go to the churches, make them go to the mosques.
Well, people used to go.
People say, I reverted to Islam because I went to the church. They didn't feed me, and there was a mosque down the street, and they took me in and fed me and let me stay there. So now I'm a Muslim.
People used to do that in the U.S. Yeah, they went to churches when they were broke. Yeah, they used to do that.
You used to have the Odd Fellas, and I guess Kiwanis and those guys still do food drives or whatever. Here in Tampa, when we were the cigar factory of the world, the Cubans, we had a trilingual newspaper, I think into the 90s. It was English, Italian, and Spanish. And those guys went, before there was, health insurance provided by your employer, they all threw in a bit of money and bought health insurance for everybody,
Do you think, I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Sorry.
Do you think it's a bad thing to have people living next door to you who think, I'm not going to hit on his wife when he's out of town? Do you think it's a bad thing to have someone like that living next door?
No.
Okay, that's not a bad thing. Do you think it's a bad thing if you have somebody next door and they know someone trying to break into your house that they will call the police or they'll go over and make sure your house is okay? Do you think that's a bad thing?
No.
Well, that is how nice Muslims behave. Do you think it's bad if somebody says, "Hey, uh, I, I don't know. I heard they were really sick. Maybe I'll take some food over." As a community, as Muslims, this is the sort of values they would try to teach their kids, and this is what goes on a lot. This is what goes on a lot, that they'll try to be helpful in this way. But what isn't good is this influx of immigrants who are anti-white. Okay, this is what needs to not be going on anymore. It's too many, too much, all at once. But white Muslims, people should want them living next door. And some of the Muslim cultures, they're not bad neighbors. They're actually quite pleasant to have. You know what I'm saying? It's some of these countries. They're real troublemakers that are coming in. Okay. So if these things you want, why not at least promote and have a big block of really, really conservative white people who not only do these things, but they also don't drink, they don't take drugs. When they're talking to youth, they are encouraging people not to drink and take drugs. This isn't a bad thing to have in society. You should want a lot of this. A lot of people who think this way. The problem is a lot of these immigrant Muslims have a very poor foundation of Islam itself. And you have imams coming in whose real purpose is to be able to be a leader of a bunch of people so they can affect politics in their home country. And this is why they got to go.
Right. But so you asked, do I want a good neighbor for a neighbor? Of course. Are hopefully most Muslims good neighbors? I would believe so. Yes. Most Muslims I talk to, certainly face to face in real life, have been very nice people. I've been to a mosque before. I've talked to imams. I used to talk to a guy at the YMCA who's a Moroccan, very nice guy. Now,
well, there is a huge amount of animosity towards white people in the masjids today in 2024. There's a huge amount of it. And I don't think anyone who converts to Islam right now, any white people should be going to those masjids. Okay.
It's funny. There's a guy on YouTube, can't remember his channel. I think he goes by Malik. I guess he's either in Texas or Oklahoma. He wears both Dallas gear and Oklahoma stuff sometimes. But he did a thing about how, his two kids went over to the mosque and the Pakistani guy chased them out and they came home crying, and he went back and, confronted the guy or whatnot, that he assumed they weren't Muslims and just because they were white. So, I mean, there's a whole, what is it? The women, there's a whole unmosqued thing. I don't want to call it a movement, but, we're not even white women, but Pakistani Arab women who were born in America and are a little more westernized, don't like the women's section, being behind a wall.
The influx of immigrants has been so much that when you have a masjid, okay, you would progress over time. Obviously, you have a community and it's going to be progressing, and they're going to be moving into English more and more. That would be the normal trajectory you would assume would happen. But because they're letting so many immigrants in year after year, it's becoming stuck at dealing with the immigrant issues and what they want.
By the way, sorry to interject. Can you hear me, guys? So you claim that immigration is the problem, and it's not the values of Islam as such that might be like.
Yeah, it's the high speed of immigration
at odds with which American values and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and stuff like this.
Yeah, well, yeah, it can be, but you cannot let Islam itself needs to be reflected through white culture in the United States for it to be really productive in the United States.
I mean, but
That's my view.
we did have many white Muslims over the centuries. I mean, look at the Ottoman Empire. Huh? It's not that people who were white and had Islamic beliefs or had the Sharia were any less, how would you say, Islamic, or had any, I don't know. I think these values that these people had, they were very white, were also antithetical to the Constitution of the United States and its values.
Well, you wouldn't expect a bunch of Turks to have the
Well, I mean,
Turks aren't living under
Dagestan, we
this.
can go to Chechnya, we can go to all these like
I'm talking about
Caucasus.
Americans here. I'm
Yeah,
talking
no,
about
but you're talking
Americans.
about white people, so to be a
White
bit
peoples,
more
white people
precise.
in Europe. Islam needs to be reflected through the white people of Europe.
What does it mean?
What that means is they have to cast off foreign Islamic authority. They have to stop this LARPing as foreigners in their own countries.
Yeah, but I
Because
mean, like
that's what
there
you're
were
seeing a lot.
lots of people that were throughout the centuries were very European, in the sense that they were white, as you call it, and they just had values that were antithetical to everything that the West and America has stood for the last 200 years.
I don't have anything to say about some individual.
No, I'm not saying about individuals. I'm talking about the Sharia. I mean, you can just check out the books of Islamic jurisprudence, the Hanbali, the Shafi, the Hanafi, the Maliki.
Well,
They're
I'm saying
all
is
antithetical,
I'm
all
saying white
antithetical,
Muslims.
all antithetical towards the United States Constitution or European values for the last at
Well, I don't
least
think they
300
necessarily are. I don't
years.
think they necessarily
Oh
are.
no?
No,
You don't think like, okay, so like you think that the typical like family values is polygamy.
we have polygamy in America.
What? Like fringe Amish cults?
Amish cults,
Or
Black
the Church of
Mormons.
Latter-day
We
Saints,
have
something
that
like
stuff.
that?
That stuff, yeah, that stuff goes on
Okay,
in the
okay. And
United
do you think it's
States.
also quintessential American culture to marry off minors, as is Islamic tradition?
Islam, I don't think we live in a society where an 18-year-old can take care of themselves.
No, but I mean, it says in the, I mean, it's the
I don't
example of the
think there's a
prophet. I
problem.
mean,
When I
you have a
was
religion,
Listen
you
what I'm
have a
saying. When
religion
I was in
that
school,
chose as
when
its
I was
prophet or
in
a god. No,
school,
wait one
when I
second.
was in
You have a
school, the
religion that chose
Catholics, listen, when
as
I
its
was in
prophet,
school, the
what we now
Catholic
call in
kids,
euphemistic language a PDF file. So I mean, like, let's be honest about
when
this.
I
So
was in
he
school,
married a 9-year-old. He married a 6-year-old girl, and he
okay,
consumed
and
the marriage when
Europeans
she
used
was
to do
9.
similar.
This is very like easily attested to. All the schools of Islamic jurisprudence agree on this. There's nobody, except for like some vague reformer somewhere, but there's like almost nobody disagrees on this, and you know this as well. And then talk about family values. Give me a break.
Well, you don't have to agree with it. I'm just talking
Okay,
about
I
my
mean, yes, I
opinion.
disagree with pedophilia.
Okay.
I think most people in the West do. Don't
Yeah.
talk about family values, and like
When
don't
I
say this
was
because
okay, let me
you're
finish.
misleading
I
people. Huh?
can talk
When you say
about
something like
anything I
this,
want. I can talk
yeah, you can
about
say, but you can also gibberish, or you can talk out of your ass what you want.
anything I want.
Yeah, you
Anything
can
I
talk out of
want.
your ass what you want.
I can
That doesn't
talk
make.
about anything
And
I
you can be
want.
immoral as you want, and you can be in favor
I
of
can
your
talk
prophet
about
as you
anything I
like.
want. And when I was
Yeah,
in
of
high
course. You
school
can be in
in
favor
the
of
United
pedophilia,
States,
but
when I was in high school in the
the moment
United
you try to
States,
exit it, like they said, hang people like you.
when I was in high school in the United States, the Portuguese girls were getting married. Some of them got married at 15. Okay?
Oh, there we go.
They
Was
did.
like a hebephile. Is that okay? Do you think that's okay?
It was okay for them. They were Catholics. They were marrying Catholic guys that were, a little bit older than them. And I think a lot of those marriages actually worked out because they were
All
so
right.
Catholic.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're like in favor of hebephilia, good to say it. By the way, we're not talking about
And I know
hebephilia.
at
We're actually talking about pedophilia.
my daughter's high school, I know
So
when
I
the
mean, like
prom
I don't know,
came
like
up,
a 9-year-old kid. Do you think that's okay? You see,
when
like that
my
little
daughter's high,
9-year-old
I
kid. You
think,
think that's okay
I
to marry that
think,
off?
I think when you have people who
Holy
are
shit, that's
engaging in
just
sex, that they
so
should be
crazy.
able to
I mean,
get married.
you're a crazy
Okay.
bitch.
What did
Holy
you just
fuck.
call me?
I said you're a crazy bitch if you think it's okay to marry off a 9-year-old.
Well,
Yeah, you
let me
are. You're
tell
like
you
a
what I
sinister
think.
little grandma. That's what
You
you are.
are. I don't
And
want
then
to
if
be
you
on
say
here.
that you're like promoting American values, like Jesus Christ, I have a higher estimation of the United States for people. If you ask red-blooded Americans, hey, you guys would be okay with that, marry off 9-year-olds? What did you think they say? What would they say? Come on, this is it. This is it. All right, yeah, I think I did my job. Ciao, ciao.
Claire, what happened? I got a phone call, went to make a drink. I come back, I hear pedophilia flying around, and everyone's gone.
Don't go. Bye. I've just come back.
Hey, what happened?
Well, Konops did his Muhammad is a paedophile thing, and therefore all Muslims are paedophiles, and that
Yeah, I heard him say something about don't.
that made Carol leave. Yes, I'm sorry about that. You were having a civilized conversation until that happened. I'm afraid I didn't make it back in time before that happened. I mean, my suggestion to Muslims who are, who are asked that question is to say that marriage is treated as a contract by Muslims, and really, in the West, you can't make a contract unless you are of full legal capacity. So that problem would never arise unless, unless the age of consent was lowered. But I know technically in the UK you can marry at 16, but only with the permission of your parents, and I think that's also the case in Iran. I mean, if you want to marry younger, you have to, you know, get your permission, get your parents' permission. But this so rarely happens now that you know. But I guess if you're an Islamophobe, you will want to keep making that point again and again and again. And the other interesting thing that I found out recently was that in the state of Delaware, the age of consent
Well,
was lowered from 10 to 7 in 1871, something like that.
sure. Yeah, I mean, first of all, as an Islamophobe, that is a point I make again and again and again. Muslims seem to miss the point I'm making usually, so we'll circle back to that. But yes, the first response is, well, he's not a pedophile because she was pubescent, right? So technically, the term pedophile means a prepubescent child. You're attracted to and have sex to a prepubescent child. So the number one argument is Aisha has at least had her period. So it wouldn't technically be pedophilia. Second is, at that time, that's what people did. Even Muhammad's enemies did not criticize him for marrying Aisha or having sex with her.
Exactly. Nobody thought he was doing anything wrong. And
right. And the Catholic Church saw this is why you get communion when you're 7. They took that to be adulthood, because you should be able to read and understand. And so, yes, the age of consent. Jordan M. I don't know if you've ever seen his channel. He's a white Brit convert.
Yes, I have seen his stuff. Yes.
He does one thing where he's like, as a Muslim, what do you think of marrying a 9-year-old girl? Or as a Brit, what do you think? And then he goes to, some British king who married a French girl when she was 9 or 10 or something, So yes, that all happened in the past. My point when I bring it up is that if Muhammad is God's prophet, the last prophet, seal of the prophet, even bigger thing, why would he not tell him, no, a 9-year-old girl is not a full-grown woman, even if she's menstruating, even if she knows how to cook and clean and seems more mature than 9-year-olds or even 14-year-olds today who play with dolls, although there are hadiths that she still played with dolls even after getting married. That God, the creator, should know a 9-year-old girl is not a woman and does not have the agency to consent to a marriage contract. So that's my point when I bring it up.
Yeah, I suppose if you're in a hurry to get rid of your kid because you're poor,
Sure.
and the whole idea at the time was get them married ASAP so you don't have to be, paying to look after them.
Sure. And that's definitely not the case in Aisha either. Abu Barak was her father, and he was a very rich man. He's the first rightly guided caliphate. If it was Game of Thrones, he was like the head of a major house. He wasn't poor. It was a political alliance thing.
Yeah.
Just
so
like
I imagine
throughout all Europe.
Yes. So I think what must have happened was that if you were betrothed in childhood, and you were, say, okay, let me just put it in a different way. So a female could have been betrothed in childhood to her future husband, and she may not yet have menstruated, but she's sort of old enough. It's getting around that age. She might be sent early, mightn't she, to her future husband's household to, get early training or something, and getting used to the ways of her future husband. And this might explain the verse to do with divorce in a chapter to do with divorce, which says, if you want to divorce your wife, you have to wait 3 months, even for females who have not yet menstruated. So, and this suggests to me that they were sent early. And hi, Carol. Sorry about ConOps. I should have intervened sooner. I'm sorry if he upset you. He is like that. He is like that, I'm afraid.
It's not so much the upsetting part. I don't want to be involved in things that look like, some kind of low-lifer version of verbal wrestling. I just don't want to be involved in that kind of stuff. I think there's some things about your idea. I think there's some things about your idea that need to be promoted. And I don't think I need to be called a bunch of dirty names, because I don't call people dirty names. Like you really have to do something wild to me to get me to start acting like that to somebody. I try to listen to what people are saying.
Yes, I'm afraid, I think he does come from a good family. He did go to a good university, but this is the degenerate state of Dutch morals that they're like that.
Well,
sadly.
Yeah, I do. I think your idea, there's a a message to it, and I think people need to start thinking about these things, and they're not discussing and talking about it other than apologetics about religion. Like they want to insult each other's religions and stuff. I'm not trying to insult anyone's religion. I'm just asking what it is. Do people really think they can promote that is going to change some of this around? Because I'm seeing the end of my heritage. I'm seeing the end of my people. I'm seeing the end of my culture. It's just disappearing. And this is part of history, the disappearance, the rise and disappearance of cultures and heritage. But I think it's a loss. I think it's a loss. And I do think Islam can help them. But no, I don't think they need to imitate Islam in the same way that someone from Southeast Asia does.
Well, Connobs is capable of understanding this. I've known him for years, but he can't help but he just has to go, back to his Islamophobic tropes and behave like not like a gentleman, though technically he comes from the kind of background that would, show that he. That means he could behave like one if he chose, but maybe it's a problem with his hatred of immigrants.
Well, the promotion of chivalry isn't promoted in the West anymore. That's one of the things that's not promoted. And some of these things, these are white cultural values that need to be promoted again, i.e., guys don't hit girls, these sort of things. But in this sort of equity sort of promotion that's going on, this is ending up not to exist anymore, so that she deserved it. It's like, can you be a man and not behave in this way? So a lot of people...
Feminism may have been part of the problem, I suppose.
Well, part of the problem or not. I mean, who says that somebody has to get married at 9 in the West? I mean, some of this stuff is just, I don't need to be yelled at like in this sort of way.
Yes,
about
you
that.
certainly don't.
We had young people married. I knew a girl whose mother got married when she was 13. Mm-hmm. Okay, this was not that long ago. It was while I was alive. The girl was in a school with me.
Jerry Lee Lewis married his cousin. She was 13.
Yeah, I mean, this wasn't that long ago in the U.S. that they thought this sort of marriage was okay, and it was not considered perversion in my time that a 15-year-old girl marrying some guy 25. They didn't think the guy was a pervert. They just thought he kind of liked him young. They did not consider that abnormally disgusting in the way people talk today.
Sure.
But when you have a prom at a high school and the principal says you kids have to fulfill certain things if you want to bring in these dates from other places, like you had to have proof that they were still in school, this stuff at their school in order to bring the prom date. And you got Hispanic girls that are pregnant and they can't bring the baby daddy to the prom. You got a problem going on. You see what I'm saying? We have a problem in society right now. And so if people are being taught more conservatism, they can do that. I'm just asking, if people don't like your idea, which a lot of things about your idea I don't like, Claire, I've told you before. But if you don't like your idea, why not actually come up with an idea that can be promoted and taught to our youth outside of the school system, because the school system isn't going to do it now. They're not going to not. There needs something. And the only thing I see that actually has the components to this is religion, where you drag people in and they go do whatever their ritual is. And then they talk about whatever it is they're supposed to believe and nice ways to behave. That's the only type of community I see that can be consistent in this. Okay, so if there's a different way, I would like to know what it is, because I would support it if it sounds good to me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think the different way is a secular set of handbook, if you will, is, you know, citizens handbook. You say it can't be done in the schools. Listen, the schools were different, probably back in your day. They got changed, like you said, when the hippies came along, the counterculture, the 60s, that was a huge uproar to culture within America. You know, you also talk about like men don't hit women. Yeah, people used to say that, but husbands would go home and beat their wives. And when the cops showed up, it was, well, it's a domestic situation. We don't worry about, you know, I mean, women, Claire, you said something about Delaware in the 1800s. Ironically, Alabama was the first state to make it illegal to beat your wife, that a wife was no longer seen as her husband's property. 1871, I believe it was. So all sorts of things have changed, some for the better, some for the worse. There's no reason to say we can't change the parts that have changed for the worse back to the better. Well, probably improving on them. Okay.
Well,
My problem, again, with Islam is some of the laws I think are terrible. Also, when you talk to Muslims, I don't know if you believe this, but they say these are the laws of God. They're objectionable. They're immutable. You can't change them, right? You have the concept of bid'ah, right? Unlawful innovation. And
bid'ah, yeah.
bid'ah, however you say it. I usually only read these things, so I don't know how they're pronounced.
Yeah. I'm like that too. Yeah.
So, you know, not to get back on a sore subject, apparently my dad called and then I went and made a drink, but I guess the one guy brought up Aisha's age and stuff. And
the guy called me a filthy name, and so
okay.
I left.
That's what the machine lies told me in the thing. So to me, my problem isn't that Muhammad did it in the 7th century, as we all know. Probably until the 1950s or even the 60s, things started to change more. You know, you were talking about girls who were 15 would, you know, marry 25-year-old guys. Here in Florida, we had a case. This teacher, Deborah LaFay, was having sex with like her, you know, high school students, you know, and she was smoking hot. And everybody, the guys on the radio are like, I don't know what everybody's complaining about. I would have loved that as a you know, high schooler and stuff. And one guy called in and he said, I remember in the 70s, my sister was like 16 and she was dating a 25-year-old English teacher. And my parents would take us all out on the boat together. You know, we'd go out on the lake on the weekends. You know, it wasn't seen as any horrible thing. But we're starting to understand adulthood. You know, brain development doesn't happen until 25, really, 26. They're saying your brain's fully developed. Adolescence. I was on Yemeni front once and we were talking about this. And I said, so you don't believe in the idea of adolescence? You go from childhood to adulthood. He said, yes, there's no such thing as adolescence. That's made up. I'm like, well, of course it's made up. Everything's made up. But physically, I think we understand human physiology and development better, that you don't literally go from girl to woman just because you're menstruating. Or even Muslims, when you make this argument, are always like, but she has to be mentally mature as well. I'm like, okay, well, who judges that? Well, it's the father. You know, Google child brides of Yemen. To this day, they're marrying 8 and 9-year-old girls, 10-year-old girls.
Okay, but we're in the West. Okay, we're in the West. We have a society where you're not even legally an adult until you're 18. If somebody younger than that gets married, they would have to get parental permission or something. Mm-hmm. But this is not the issue. The issue is the promotion of marriage. Whether or not Prophet Muhammad married a 9-year-old and someone in Yemen is getting married to a 10-year-old doesn't change the social consciousness of people in the West. Okay? Western people don't think 10-year-olds are equipped to be people's wives, but way back, if that was it, if you know you're you herded some sheep around and you lived in a simpler sort of economic society, maybe they are old enough to get married to some 12-year-old boy or something. I don't know. Young people getting married was the norm across all these different cultures. What Islam promotes is marriage. And that's what should be promoted. Marriage. Not, oh, let's get married at 12. Okay. And people harping on this stuff is just getting ridiculous. You had some royalty got married pretty young in the past too.
Sure.
This
Sure.
is we don't, it doesn't matter what happened in 1800. We live in society now that has become so complicated that an 18-year-old when they graduate high school is not equipped to run their own lives. But in the old days, in Arab culture, say during Prophet Muhammad's time, a 15-year-old boy was.
Sure. Even
Okay,
in the 1800s in America,
Yeah,
a farm kid was probably much more mature than a middle class city
yeah,
kid.
this is different. So
Sure.
what Muslims are not going to do is say that Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was a pedophile. He got married during that time. There is a difference of agreement if she was 9 or not.
Sure.
Okay, that has become the most prevalent one that's promoted now, but there is a difference of agreement on that. And that's not, I don't even think that's worth going into. The point, generally, if you want to talk about religion, there is no rule in Christianity of the age of marriage. There isn't one.
True.
And Islam
That's
really
one of the
doesn't
great
have
failings
one
of
either.
Christianity.
Islam does not have a requirement about the age of marriage.
Also a failing.
Hmm?
I said Christianity, that's a great failing in Christianity, not to set a minimum age for marriage.
Well,
And I think it's a failing in Islam as well.
The church believes Mary was, Catholic Church believed she was 13. But I don't think this matters. I think what matters is a social consciousness that promotes a family life that's conducive to producing adults that are responsible and disciplined. And that's what has to change in the United States instead of this promoting anything goes kind of thing to the point that people aren't they're not disciplined. They're not disciplined in the same way. They're whining about, I'm seeing men who are supposed to be men, adult men whining. I mean, this is incredible.
Sure. As Bubba the Love Sponge would call it, the pussification of America.
Whatever you want to call it. We don't have to be gross here, okay? But yeah, but this is the problem. So if you believe you have to be married, what do you have to do to be married? You're telling people you have to be married if you want to get married. Can you support your wife? Do you have a job? Can you take care of that baby, or do you expect your parents to take care of that baby, or you expect the state to? Or don't you feel a little shame being this stupid? These are the kind of things that need to promote, and Muslims will still speak about this. They're horrified. They do not want anyone making those babies out of marriage. They don't.
That's true. And it's great when you see, Nation of Islam, although I don't think they're real Islamists.
I don't care. I don't care if somebody comes up. I don't care if they come up with a program where people are worshiping car tires, if they can turn this around some way. And so, okay, her idea, people think it stinks. I think some of it stinks myself. Okay, do I want foreign Islamic authority coming over here in the United States? No. Now, what does somebody really have a better plan? The Boy Scouts of America was pretty good, the 1959 handbook. I always tell people, go get the 1959 Boy Scouting of America handbook and do that with your boys. I tell people to do that. Nobody pays any attention to me, but you can still find copies of it. You can still find copies of it. People need to start thinking this, making the Boy Scouts both genders together now, Scouting of America. Yeah, it's just wimping down these boys till they're useless. They're useless. We're producing useless men. We're producing useless women. And we're producing people that are taking more and more antidepressants and stuff because their stress level is high, and because they actually think they're supposed to be happy every single minute of the day. This is really detrimental. So there's a lot of things in Islam that is promoted that isn't centered around, okay, let's get married at 9 years old. I mean, there's a lot of other things. People aren't seeing it because of this influx of immigrants that just keep coming in too fast, and the narrative has been taken over by a bunch of foreigners. But the basic ideas in Islam would be really good for white society. Okay, so I don't know. I can't get my message across like that. Claire has her idea. Does somebody have something that would actually could have a wide effect on people? I don't know. I want to see it. You cannot say that it's an idea we're going to have a little handbook and give it to people if you don't have a community that's handing that handbook out. Right? You have to have something that's unified, that's promoting whatever the idea is. And that's what I want to see.
Okay. Well, I'll check out the 1954 handbook of the Boy Scouts.
1959. 1959.
Sorry, I was thinking of the UN Charter
There's
thing.
nice things about American Indians in it. Talks about observing, patrol. I mean, anyone who knows the old scouting, it basic was very, very light infantry training. You know, sleeping outside, bivouacs, all that kind of stuff. But it's leadership skills, following orders. This is what it promoted.
Did they have a big jamboree that got rained on and they canceled it or something?
I don't know.
2 years ago, and everybody was like, "What? You had like 2 days of rain and they canceled it?" Yeah, you camp out, you get rained on sometimes. You're in the mud.
Yeah. Well,
Now they're letting the gays and the girls in.
So. Observation skills, all these kind of things. It's a good handbook. It's a good handbook for people, you know, for men to do with their kids, with their sons. It's a good thing to do. The 1959 one.
My brother was in. They used to be called the Indian Guides. My dad, and my older two brothers did Indian Guides.
Oh yeah.
Then they became the Native Sons and Daughters or something. They took Indian out of it, but apparently those guys were in the Boy Scouts. But at some point, the Boy Scouts said no more drinking around the campfire. And so they're like, screw that. So they started their own thing called the Indian Guides. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think they built their own canoe at one time in the 70s or something. But I was never a Boy Scout. But I remember kids wearing their Boy Scout uniforms to school for whatever reason every now and then. I went to Catholic schools, so we all wore uniforms. But if you were a Boy Scout and something was happening, you could, I guess, a den meeting that night, you could wear your Scout uniform.
Well, you got if you have a bunch of unmarried people having kids, you have people having kids from, you know, one night stands or whatever, or those, what is it? Tinder hookups. So the lady's got a couple of boys from these guys that maybe she didn't even know what their names were. Maybe she does have their names, but they're hiding from having to send their checks. They're not taking them to Boy Scouts.
No, that's true.
They're not doing any of that.
Sure. I think everyone, certainly anyone who's a Republican or slightly conservative, I mean, I consider myself a fiscal conservative, but a social liberal. But definitely having children out of wedlock is one of the worst things can happen to you. Second is divorce.
To the kid.
Middle class people fall out of the middle class generally through divorce. I just spent, I don't know, 5 months up at my brother's house helping him. His company's going out of business. But anyways, him and his wife, oh my God, I'm like, why are you people still married? They yell and scream at each other constantly. But they're devout Catholics. My brother's actually the Grand Knight in the Knights of Columbus. So they're never getting divorced. They'll just keep screaming at each other, which is financially good for them. You know, they have 2 kids in college. They had their kids kind of late, but you know, they won't be a burden on society. I remember I was watching a thing one time. They were talking about these girls having kids in high school, and the social worker's like, okay, well, they've had the first kid. Now we work on keeping them from having a second one. Like, how dumb can they be?
Well, they say Muslims sexualize children is what they're saying. They sexualize them by telling them they have to wear a hijab and stuff. But I don't see how it's. I don't think that is as big a problem as what I see in society, that you have teeny boppers imitating pole dancing. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Pole
Yeah.
dancing class for kids, or this sort of thing, or they're trying to imitate sexual behavior when they didn't even have their menses yet. Now, this
Sure.
is something wrong. This is a real sexualization of young people, and I don't think there's anything wrong. I'm not saying people need to put their kids in hijab and stuff, but I don't think there's anything wrong with a father telling his kid, "You can't wear that outside.
Sure.
You can't dress like that around people in public. You can't dress like that." I don't see anything wrong with that.
Right.
And
Yeah,
what a lot of these foreign immigrants are not understanding is that white people actually did create a culture where women could walk around somewhat undressed and not have a lot of problems if they were in, a nicer neighborhood, right? I mean, obviously, if you're young, you're going to have problems because men like women used to anyway. So yeah, they're going to have some problems when they're out. But a woman who taking 2 kids to the park and she was wearing shorts was not having a lot of problems. You know what I'm saying?
mhm.
We have a safe society. We don't need to imitate some of these restraints that they have going on in their own in their own countries, because we have a society that's already gone past that. But now it's going backwards. Now it's going backwards. I don't want young white women being in these neighborhoods where people are harassing them and stuff. Like, to this point, it's much worse. I think it's worse than it was before. I was at a gas station one time and my daughter got out, and she wore hijab then. She got out and was going to the gas station, and this car, obvious low lifer gangbanger types or something, started yelling hi at her, trying to force her to say hi. I don't think she even heard them, but then they started saying absolute filth about her. I don't want to live around people who act like this. And we cannot have these foreign Muslims anymore coming in, controlling the narrative, and saying all these horrible things about white women. It is creating an atmosphere where white women are being preyed upon beyond what would normally have happened. And that's why Europe, they got to get a handle on that. They need to start deporting anybody who came in illegally. The United States should too, because a lot of Americans, white people, don't like the way Latinos men act when they're in a group around women. They don't like the way they behave. Okay, so they can't keep bringing in this many immigrants all at once that they can't realize how they need to behave. This is common sense.
Sure.
Bringing
Right.
thousands of single men who are basically the equivalent of England would be the underclass. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
No, Claire, the difference says, but okay, Claire writes, but Carol, white men say terrible things about white women and vice versa. No, it's different. They're creating an atmosphere that is really bad. It's really bad because the white people would say, quit talking like that. They're agreeing with it. Okay. They're agreeing with it. And it's causing a decay in the white culture itself to start imitating this low-lifer behavior stuff. Okay. We want to be on the ascent again because we want a great nation. And we don't want white people turned into the most detested minority in the countries that they started or that they were the indigenous people of. We don't want this going on anymore. It's not the same as white men standing in a corner saying some little nasty stuff. It's not the same. They are thinking it's politically justified to harass white women. politically
Well, I'm
justified.
sure they harass their own women, but
No,
I guess I'm
Claire.
just saying
No,
that they
Claire.
will.
You talk to their women like that, you will get a fist in your face, even in the parking lot. Okay? No. This is how they talk about the white women to the white women. White women shouldn't even be going to these masjids anymore. They should not be going. The new converts don't realize exactly what's going on, but they should not be in those masjids at all. And their children shouldn't be either. Unfortunate. Now, I'm not saying people can't go to that masjid in England. Oh gosh, I just forgot his name. The white Englishman, the white Englishman's the imam at it, and he taught something out of Cambridge. That one. I'm not saying.
Tim Winter.
Yeah,
Tom
yeah. I'm not saying you
Murad.
can't go to that one. Yeah, sure, go over there. I'm saying, yeah, go ahead, go over there. But no, not this fob presentation fresh
Well,
off the
I suppose I'm okay. I'm not white, but I don't complain about being badly treated in mosques. But then maybe it's because I'm not white. I don't know.
This was not a problem 40 something years ago when I became Muslim. This is a problem now. When I became
Right. I
Muslim,
thought you were talking about the time when you'd taken your children to mosques and encountered that sort of behavior.
yes, I did. Yes, I did. But when I became Muslim, I didn't have children. Back when I became Muslim, there was not this undercurrent of white hatred. This has developed over time with identity politics, promoting racial
Hollywood,
division, this
porn.
sort of stuff. It's becoming worse and worse and worse. And
Mhm.
what happens is the immigrants coming in realize, their thinking was, maybe they're Arab, they're thinking, okay, we'll be over there, we'll be okay, we're kind of white. I guess they were thinking, and then because identity politics and this promoting Islam as if it's an ethnicity has created their youth identifying with low-lifer behavior of other groups in the United States that are not white, that are anti-white. It's snowballing on itself, and it
Yeah,
needs
I
to.
think it might be something to do with Hollywood as well,
No,
as
no.
well
This
as
is what's
the wide
happening. You
availability
want
of
to.
porn.
You cannot blame everything on Hollywood.
No, I don't. But I mean,
Well, I'm
it's
saying
a
part of it is
combination of
that, but
factors.
this is what's happening here. When you see a bunch of immigrant kids, their parents obviously aren't doing, but their kids are identifying with gangbanger blacks and the gangbanger Mexicans instead of promoting because their skills in English aren't good enough. There's some whose skills in English are good enough and they actually can talk to white people and get those jokes going. But I'm seeing this going on for 3 or 4 generations with these kids. They're not assimilating, they're just not learning English well enough. A big bunch
Well,
of them.
okay, but for some reason, I'm suddenly reminded of this time when I went to China, and we were taken around to, well, the different kinds of shops, and there was this kind of department store of medicines and medical equipment and contraception, and so we went to all of them, and this is something that still sticks in my mind, and there was a range of contraceptives being offered, and the picture on the contraceptives would be blonde women. As if it were, telling people that, to be used on blonde women only. But that was, I guess, how they were using, attractive women to sell, things. So I do.
Yeah, the blonde women are the big whores of Babylon. Look, I've had about enough of listening to this kind of stuff from these people. Okay, I've had enough of it. This
Yes,
was
but I'm saying in order to stop this from happening, people's behavior has to change. It can't just sort of stop without, no change of behavior. And that's all I'm saying.
behavior
And,
has to
and, and the
change.
thing is,
Yes.
unfortunately, everybody is, doing this sort of thing, not just
But
white
there was
people.
no place worse back, back when Islam started, then what was going on in Mecca? It was a city of despots. Okay, hands down, for horrible. Islam does not believe that prophets came to the best of people. It believes Islam was sent to the worst of people.
Mm-hmm.
The people of Mecca were the worst of people. So they got a prophet.
Mm-hmm.
And they cleaned their act up. They eventually became an empire. It did a lot, but it is possible. And you can change society around. This defeatist attitude that's going on right now isn't true. So what you're saying about changing the law, yeah, you change the law. They're going to change the law, and Mecca lost. Mecca basically gave up. They realized they just weren't going to win, so they gave up. And they all said, "Yeah, we submit to Islam. We're going to be Muslims." And they started following the new order,
Mm-hmm.
and they pulled them out from being really one of the most despotic places on earth.
Corrupt cities of sin.
Yes, extremely corrupt. Yes, extremely corrupt, disgusting, wife swapping. You name it. It was going on in Mecca. Okay.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you, with regard to secular Koranism, I'm sure during the Meccan Revolution or very soon after it, most Meccans were not Muslims, right? They weren't, were they?
Oh, I'm sure. Well, they became Muslim. They
But
submitted to
eventually,
Islam.
after a few generations.
I am sure some of them, kept their little idols hidden under their, little ones. They couldn't keep the big ones anymore because they were too big. I'm sure
Mhm.
some of them didn't feel it in their hearts. Yeah. I don't believe that the whole city just went, "Oh, I believe in God now. Yeah, it's real. Yeah, yeah." No, they came out and said, "Yeah, we're going to submit to you in the law that you're putting in." That's what they said. I don't believe everybody wanted to. No, I don't believe that.
No, they only pretended to go along because they didn't want to
Right.
get into trouble. But I mean, this is how I
But
see
laws
this.
can change people. Laws can change people. If you have individuals that come from a society that's doing something disgusting, they move into a different society that has a different law. Yeah, it can change them. It can change them after a generation or two.
Yes,
Sure.
yes, and with Connops who's still posting in the chat, I know that he would go along to get along, and I know he was a Trump supporter in 2020, and but the thing was, after after all the stuff happened, he kind of reconciled the position to, yes, I did support Trump. There was election fraud, but not enough to swing the election. So this was a narrative that he was happy to subscribe to because, it allowed him to get to have the benefit of both sides of the argument. And because we know him to be like that, I imagine that if secular Quranism with Dutch characteristics were already in place, he would, when he does have children, he would be using Allah to frighten his children. When he goes, out for the evening with his wife and doesn't want his children to eat all the cookies, he would be saying things like, Allah is watching. Do not eat all the cookies or whatever he told them not to do.
Okay. Just a minute. Colnups. Okay, I don't want to have a conversation with him, but I am saying this. The election fraud is real. How do I know? Because my mother-in-law, who is a foreigner, was sent a jury duty notice. Okay? Where do they get the names for jury duty? Off of who is registered to vote. Who registered my mother-in-law to vote? This is a joke.
I didn't get it at all. I'm afraid. Sorry.
My mother-in-law is a foreigner. Okay? She was a foreigner. She came here to visit for a while. After she left. I got a notice in the mail for her to show up for jury duty. In the United States, they send notices out. You have to do your jury duty.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they do that in England, but everybody who's of age should do that.
Registered would get
They get the names of who to send jury duty notices to from who's registered to vote. She was never registered to vote. But somehow, somewhere, she was registered to vote. So yeah, election fraud is real. And there's always been election fraud in the United States in some manner. Probably past, maybe not at the very, very beginning, but yeah, that's always gone on in some manner. Stuffing ballot boxes, this kind of stuff. Yeah, election fraud is real.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I don't know if it was enough to put the right guy in or the wrong guy in, or it put Trump in this time. But it's very clear from all the people that he's picked to be the people running, the people he's selected to be in these positions in government are very, very pro-Zionist. You can't get more pro-Zionist than Marco Rubio. Some of these other people, and I don't know all their names and stuff, but you can look them all up on AIPAC and see how much money they're getting. So this is we have a serious problem in the United States. So a bunch of serious problems going all on at the same time. Okay, so generally when I'm talking to people, I try to focus on what I think, maybe some parents can do to help their kids. I'm a mom. I'm not Mr. Big Political anything. I try to tell them, look, the best, you're just going to have to pull your kids out of school, especially in California. You're just going to have to take your kids out if you can. And if you can't, figure out how you can. Okay, you have to, because it's a trans indoctrination center right now. They're confusing them so much. They're making them think all the time, what gender am I? They need to learn math. They need to learn science. They need to learn American history and political thought. This isn't being taught very well anymore. And instead, what they're doing is they're selecting some kids who are real smart and putting them in these GATE and seminar classes that are being promoted to go into the sciences. And the rest of the school is just a pit. It's a pit. It's no good. Yeah,
not to interrupt you, but when you talk about schools and stuff, do you know he's on YouTube, Sajik Lipham, I think is his name. He's a white guy.
Who he is.
He's a white guy from Maryland, but he's trying to create a Islamic school in Jacksonville.
Yeah, good for him.
He may have actually done it. He's got a channel. He's looking for donations. I told him he should call Sajid Khan, the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's got $13 billion. Maybe he could kick him a little bit. But
well, anyway. So Sajid Lipman is part of the problem, if you ask me.
Oh, yeah. He was buddies with Daniel. They recorded, and then they got in a big fight over the Saudi Halloween thing or something. And I love the Dawa drama among the YouTubers. It's quite humorous to see, to me.
Well, there's another Dawa scene that is not engaged on YouTube. And I can tell you that right now we have a lot of foreign moms in the country. I'm not saying every single one is, but a lot of the reason they're here is because they probably couldn't get imam jobs in their countries they were in. They're not here for dawah. They're here because they either have a job at a masjid and this is what they're doing for a career, and they're just trying to teach that congregation. They're not interested in really teaching Islam to white people. They're not really interested in that. And they're not equipped to. They don't understand Americans. They don't understand how we think or how we do things, or they don't even understand the fact that you can't go against a judge's order and think you're still going to not have a problem. They don't get it. So that's right. Not, they shouldn't be running congregations here. Who should be running all these congregations are Americans who can actually give the right advice to these people. But, maybe they don't have enough Americans who are trained to be imams in these different sects and stuff.
When you were telling the story about the guy who went to the FBI office and he would tell him that the kupas every time, and it was all mundane stuff. I was at the Islamic Society of St. Petersburg and on a Friday, and the guy's giving a lecture, and it was about how he's there to do the morning prayer and no one else is there, and he does this prayer by himself. And one of the things he said is, we bring in all these lecturers from overseas and no one shows up to hear them and stuff. But, they pay guys to fly in from the Middle East and give.
Well, that's okay. I mean, you want to bring in scholars and stuff. We don't have a huge scholarship base in the West that's up to the level that's in these foreign countries. I mean, that's true. We don't have those. I mean, but
Well,
we
speaking of
certainly,
that, what do you think of like the Keene Institute? Omar Suleiman and Jonathan Brown, or down in Texas, Yasser Ghaedi. I guess he's the head of the American Fiqh Council. Do you ever watch any of those guys or know what they say?
they're not Americans.
No, they're not.
Okay, they're not American.
Well, Yasser Ghaedi might have been born here, but he's obviously Pakistani. Omar Suleiman looks like he's Arab. Jonathan Brown is a white guy, though.
I don't want to get into sectarian stuff and all that. I mean, this is their thing. Omar Suleiman, I mean, he made a huge mistake when he went on that little pagan march down there in Mexico.
Right. Yeah.
And they didn't understand that, they're trying to promote Islam through the idea of also promoting other minorities, and they let too much of the LGBT stuff get into it. Okay, they just shouldn't have done that. It was ridiculous. They just shouldn't have done that. They thought, yeah, we're going to have to be inclusive to all this stuff and promote Islam and Dawah through this sort of liberal kind of presentation. You don't need to do that with Islam. It stands on its own if you're talking to people who are knowledgeable about it and who can actually present a good vision. Okay, but the vision these foreign imams are promoting is not a good vision for Americans. It doesn't fit in here, and they don't understand it. And in order to promote their vision, they are tearing down the indigenous people and the people who live in these countries. There's no reason. White people who become Muslims should not be going to take those mosques. They shouldn't be going there. They just shouldn't be going. We have different. Started out this whole thing here started out with wanting to talk about Claire's idea. She wanted to talk about secular Koranism and why Muslims don't listen to it. But every time these discussions start, it turns into a whole thing about the whole wider society. But I'm not hearing any solutions anywhere. And I'd like to hear another solution. I want to hear a solution that's better than hers. Okay? Better than having a government enforce a one-party state enforcing a law on the people that the people themselves didn't vote in or want. I don't want to hear this kind of thing. I'm not promoting fascism, socialism, or communism. I'm not promoting these ideas, and I do think her idea opens the door to that. I'm just not going to promote it. I believe in the Bill of Rights and the Constitution.
All right, good for you.
So I want to see something better. And these people coming in do not understand our Constitution. What their understanding is, oh, gosh, in this country, we can have a protest. Now they finally figured it out. They used to hide from the protests all the time because they were chicken livers. Now we can go and flood the school board and say a bunch of stuff. But at the same time, they're voting for hate law legislation. They don't understand our Constitution and what it means. Yep. They don't get it.
I remember you can't find it anymore, but back before YouTube scrubbed a lot of the Muslims' behavior, there was the Islamic Thinker Society of New York City.
Uh-huh.
And they had a little table set up on a sidewalk, and they had the bullhorn. They had the American flag, and they're stepping on it, and they're tearing it up. And the guy's shouting, and he's like, Muslims, come out of your house. It's not like back home. We have a permit. He was like, literally like, you're not going to be disappeared in the middle of the night if you come out and say something against the president,
Yeah, you can't bring in this many people who don't get the idea. Because what really assimilating to America means is assimilating to our Constitution.
Right,
It
but
doesn't
that
mean
was a
it's
Muslim who got the idea of freedom of speech. He knew he's protected, and he literally pulled a permit to do
But
their
they
little
don't.
protest.
But they're not understanding how promoting hate laws is undermining the Constitution. They
Sure,
don't understand that.
that's insane. Any of these people who want to promote hate laws,
Yeah, but I'm saying is they
hate
don't get it.
laws is
And you
insane.
they have to get advice. The immigrants coming in have to get advice from uh, people who understand here, who understand this country. And these imams do not. I have talked to them overseas sometimes too. They do not understand the thinking of Americans. They don't understand us. I don't even think a lot of Europeans do. Okay. And
That's
I'm
true.
sure I don't really, I can't relate to the class system in England. I just can't relate to it. It's too obvious. It's too rigid. I just can't relate to that. Okay. And I admit it. But Claire talks about her idea so much from the standpoint of talking to the elites and this stuff. Yeah, maybe that would work in England. It's not going to work here. Can't talk to the elites. The elites aren't going to give up one thing. They're not going to adopt anything unless the masses are demanding it. That's how it works in America. So breaking down the working class people, the middle class, to where there's no more community is making ineffectual citizenry because there's no community anymore. So the issue is, okay, so why aren't I a Christian? Why am I not a Christian and trying to get these Christian nationalists going more at it? I just don't believe Jesus Christ is God. I mean, I don't know what to say about it. And for some reason, I came from an era that thought, we should be more truthful about ourselves. So I'm Muslim. I am a Muslim.
Why not just be a Unitarian Christian?
I believe Prophet Muhammad was a prophet. I do
Okay.
believe that. I believe the way he came.
I mean, it is, it's a little ironic you talk about crushing white American culture while you kind of.
Well, I don't laugh around like a
traitor.
foreigner. Do I sound like I'm talking with a Saudi accent? No.
No, but you were a white Christian American and you
I
migrated.
was brought up to be a Christian,
Right.
but I never believed Jesus was God.
Right. And you don't have to be a Christian. That's to be a Trinitarian Christian. You can be a Unitarian
I did not.
Christian.
I was brought up in the Catholic Church.
Okay. That is a Trinitarian thing.
Yeah.
But
okay.
then you could have just become a Unitarian.
But I don't think I did. I believe Prophet Muhammad was a prophet.
Okay. Why do you
in the
believe
Quran.
that?
I have my religious experience and I followed that religious experience.
Okay. What was that religious? Why do you believe Muhammad's the last prophet?
Well, I believe in the Quran. When I read the Quran is when I had that epiphany that God was real. And I think a lot of people choose their religion.
What in the Quran other than the first?
Let me finish. I had that epiphany that God was
I think
real.
you've been talking a lot tonight. I haven't interrupted you hardly any.
I know, but you don't let me finish the sentence, okay?
Oh, that's absolutely false. Go ahead.
Okay, you asked me why when I read the Quran. When I read the Quran, I had the epiphany or whatever that God was really real. And I believe a lot of people pick their religions when they have a religious experience and it was whatever that religion was they were investigating or dealing with. Okay, so I just happened to be reading the Quran. I bought it from a bookstore and I was reading it. And that's what convinced me. It wasn't one ayah. That's when I believed it. And that's when I sought out Muslims. And at the time I sought out Muslims, the only people that were down on Whitey and didn't like him was the Nation of Islam, Farrakhan's group. And so there were foreign students and they had that oil boycott in the 70s. And then I became Muslim. And at that time, there wasn't this widespread hate Whitey like it was the sixth pillar of Islam. But it is now. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So you can say what you want. I answered your question.
So the totality of the Quran is It's not just the first surah. There's one God. Muhammad is his prophet. So the second surah, the first like 20 verses, talks about non-Muslims. 2:7 says there's disease in their heart, and Allah increases their disease. Or, yeah, or maybe 2:10. One of them, your heart is sealed. That all rings true to you. They are deaf, dumb, and blind. They stumble to and fro in the darkness.
I think people who live lives without no consideration for other people are deaf, dumb, and blind. Yeah.
Okay.
I think there is a vast improvement on people if they believe in God, but not if they're become believers in God and they're nutcases at the same time. Okay, so if you believe in God and if you believe God created this creation and you believe that you are supposed to do more than just sit on a couch, then yeah, you believe that you should be trying to improve the world and conduct yourself in a moral manner. Okay. So my conversion to Islam was not based on these apologetic arguments you have everybody has. It wasn't based on that.
No, you said it was based on the Quran.
It was
It
based
spoke
on the
to you.
Quran, and I had an epiphany reading it. Not that I read a particular ayah and that convinced me.
Okay.
I wasn't reading the Quran for that reason.
Okay.
It's just when I read it, I kept having an overwhelming sense that God existed. And so that's why I
it
felt
was
like,
a feeling. It wasn't anything logical or reasonable reason. It was
well,
just
I
a
don't
feeling.
think feelings are necessarily illogical. I mean, now we're getting into something else. But
Well, Muslims often tell me, don't be emotional. This sounds emotional. Like you believe Jesus is God because it's an emotional thing, right? That's what they say to Christians.
how can
And
they
then
tell you why you believe in Jesus? Do they have any idea why you believe in Jesus? No. They're talking. Stuff people have been saying to them. They're repeating slogans. Okay, they don't know what a Christian thinks or about why a Christian believes in Jesus. They don't have any idea. They don't know. Nobody knows why anybody else believes what they believe. You can't tell some individual they believe something because of something that you're thinking.
Okay,
That's
well, I
impossible.
suggest you go on like Dawa Wise and EF Dawa and tell those guys that.
Nobody
Because-
pays attention to white American Muslim housewives. Nobody pays attention to us. Nobody's going to pay attention to me, but I'm saying it here right now. These people are talking a lot of trash. Everybody is. Trash, a lot of trash. Okay?
Okay. Well, they're the ones presenting themselves as the
I don't care
arbiters
what
of
they're
what is
doing.
Islam.
The real scholars in Islam, I can
I
tell you
don't say
this
you have to
much.
care. I'm telling you.
The real scholars in Islam are not talking on the internet.
Okay. Who are they?
Well, I don't know who they all are.
Oh, okay.
I'm
I thought maybe you had some names.
I'm not promoting a particular school here. You know, people, they generally know some of the people in their particular school. I mean, I don't know everybody else's leaders in their schools and all that, but those people are not. And you know why? Because they don't speak English. Most of them, they don't speak English, and they're not media people. They're old people. They're not media people. They're not. Most of them are not using the internet in that way. Okay.
How about
That's
like
true.
Alabani, Alabani or whatever?
Yeah,
He's dead now. He's a
yeah, I
Saudi
know who
guy.
he was. Yeah, I know who he
Okay.
was.
Do you think his fiqh is good?
I don't want to get into sectarian stuff. Okay.
Well, it's
I
not a sect.
don't
He's a
do
guy.
not subscribe. I do not subscribe to the Wahhabi Salafi movement or
Okay.
their scholars. No, I
All right.
don't.
You don't like Ibn Taymiyyah?
I don't want to get into this. You're trying to change this into something else. Okay.
I
I'm a
just like talking about
housewife.
Islam.
I'm not a scholar. I'm Ibn Taymiyyah. He changed his opinion on some things through time. I don't. This is not relevant to me. It's not relevant to me what Ibn Taymiyyah said. Okay. So I'm just a housewife. I'm just a housewife. I'm not some intellectual. I'm not a scholar. I'm not any of this. I'm telling you my observations as a white American, as a white American Muslim, as someone brought up in the United States, as a multi-generational American, that we have a serious problem in the United States and it needs to be addressed. And unfortunately, some of it involves these immigrants coming in. But the immigrant problem in the United States isn't so much the Muslims. It's not, the Muslims aren't the big problem in the United States like it is in Europe. I don't like going to their masjids, but they still are not on the same level of the problem that's going on in Europe. Okay? It's not massive, massive, thousands and thousands and thousands of people from Africa leaping off boats and running across. That's not what's hitting the United States. It's immigrants from South America.
Mm-hmm.
And it's too much of these those gangs and stuff coming in, and they are coming in. Those gangs are coming in. And there's been a lot of people taken from the northern part of the border, dragged into Mexico and raped. This never gets in the news. A lot of this is going on. So we have a problem with the border here, and that's California. People want to act like, oh, these are all nice families coming across. No, they're not all nice families. All the Muslims coming to Europe are not nice families coming in. They're a bunch of guys on boats. Okay, and then in the United States, we got a lot of South Americans. They're actually coming. Some of them do come in on boats and leap off the beaches and run in. Okay, but our problem is not the same as what's going on in Europe. And Americans don't quite get the problem that's going on in Europe with the Muslims. And the people in Europe don't quite understand why the Americans are soft on them. Okay, because the big problem here isn't these Muslim immigrants. It's not them so much. I mean, they're taking too long to assimilate and this sort of thing, but they have own problems that they're pretty much creating for themselves. We don't have the same issue going on, but we both, Europe and the United States, has an issue with massive single men immigrants coming across the border. Okay.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what's going on. It has to be addressed. And I believe that Islam would help white Americans. And I wish the dawah was geared towards them, but not this foreign idea of it. We don't need that here. We don't need to act and pretend like we're Pakistanis. We don't have to do that to be Muslim. We don't. I don't pretend like I'm some other ethnicity ever. Why should I? I don't have a self-hate for my race. I like my race of people and I like my heritage. And that's what white Muslims need to become Muslim, thinking like that. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my view on this. Okay, so Claire's saying the average female voter will keep voting for pro-immigration political parties. Well, actually what we got going on is we got a lot of voters who are voting anti-white. Anything anti-white and promoting a sort of a socialist agenda. That's what we got going on in the United States. Not everywhere, but in California for sure. All right. So it's not so much that they care about immigrants coming in. A lot of Mexicans that live in California voted for Trump. They don't want illegals coming in. So the political situation is different everywhere. Anyway, other people can talk. Why don't you bring somebody else up too, Claire? I don't want a monologue here.
Well, I thought you and Mike were getting on so well. I just let you get on with it. I haven't actually got anybody. I could ask Vincent to come if he.
Yeah, ask him. Ask people who are chit chatting in there. I don't know who's in there. I didn't look. I mean, ask somebody else, or I like talking to Mike. Mike can say more, but I'd like to hear somebody's ideas on how they think to turn this around.
Well, Mike is a kind of libertarian, but I guess he's sort of your generation and comes from a similar background. So
Well,
I
I
think
would. I like libertarianism. I like a lot of things about it, but I don't think they can produce a big military. And I think in the modern world, you need a big military. Okay, but I mean, as how I conduct my normal life, I pretty much don't care what people are doing. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of
Well,
like,
when you said a lot of Mexicans voted for Trump, which on the Texas border, the counties certainly show that. It reminded me, I think it was even in the 90s, there was a big brouhaha that happened out by Long Island. I think it was called Farmington was the town, and they had a lot of landscapers that serviced the Hamptons and stuff. And there was a big population of illegal Mexicans there. And actually, the other thing you said, when your daughter got out of the car. So this woman sends her like 14-year-old daughter to the corner store, and there's dozen Mexicans standing there, trying to pick up day labor work, and they're catcalling her and saying whatever to her and stuff. And she comes home, she tells her mother. Mother calls the local sheriff. It's kind of a small town, and they come to find there's 3 or 4 houses that got 20, 30 Mexicans in them. And they go to roust them, and then the pro illegal immigration guys, the liberals come in like, oh, you can't do this, nobody's illegal, nobody's illegitimate, blah blah blah. And then the anti-immigration guys come in, and it blew into a whole national struggle over this town. And PBS had done this documentary on it, and it was funny because at the end they were literally like rolling the credits, but they had gone back after like 3 months to talk to the local sheriff, and he's like, yeah, no, things haven't really gotten any better. In fact, we got a new wave of illegal Mexicans in, and they're from Mexico City, and the original guys are like from rural Mexico, and the Mexico City guys are much more aggressive. So when they're at Home Depot trying to get a day labor job, the old Mexican guys described it as like a flying wedge, right? The Mexico City guys would just like push you out of the way to get to the guy to, get your job for the day. And so the original guys came to the sheriff to say, hey, can you deport these other Mexicans? So I think we're to that point now too, right? The Mexicans who are in realize the new Mexicans, and it's not actually Mexicans anymore, it's more Central Americans, but the new immigrants are challenging them for their jobs, and there's only so many jobs.
well, that doesn't mean you let illegal people come in here without visas and not knowing who they are or where they're going.
I agree. I didn't think that was the moral of the story at all.
No,
I
know.
Maybe I told it poorly.
Every group, they will start fighting over, economic access. Any group will come in. All kinds of people come in and will start fighting over that kind of stuff. But anyway, yeah, it gets depressing talking about a lot of this stuff. For me, I find it kind of depressing.
People just don't want the solution. I mean, this is just a kind of neurosis, really, because there's just so much. I guess it's just so much for white people to accept that liberalism has failed and Christianity has failed and democracy.
I think people don't want to accept that our government doesn't care about our people. I think that's what people are having a problem accepting.
Okay? Yeah, it's like saying your parents don't love you. Your spouse doesn't love you, your children don't love you, or it's
Well, the
all of that at the
simplistic
same
thing.
time.
I told you they dummied down the school last 3 generations. They're not being told. I talked to somebody who graduated high school and had applied to get into some kind of a medical thing, and I think they got into it. They're actually smart, had good grades and everything. They were asking me what the houses of Congress were.
Hmm.
They don't know anything that are getting out of school except for the kids that are picked to go into these seminar or GATE programs in California. The rest of them are just left to wallow, and they're not being taught politics. And I think it was Jefferson, but it might have been a different president, said the only reason to have public school was to teach our political system. They're not taught it. They're not taught it in the same way anymore. When they were talking about I forgot what the subject was supposed to be, but my daughter sat in that class listening to it. It was just went on the whole semester talking about how people should fund their own retirement funds and to buy stocks on the stock market. The whole semester was talking about that. What they're doing is promoting an agenda that's privatizing the things that government should be in control in, and having the government in control of things that should be run by the private sector. They are just creating a socialist mind control country to be in. And you got a population, a large group of the population does not remember when the country was less that way. Sure, it was pretty bad when the McCartney thing was going on. Yeah, it was pretty bad when they clamped down and shot the students at Kent State and caused the suppression of students on the campuses. Yeah, it was bad. But it did not equate to what I'm seeing now of this total erasure of any type of education that's worthwhile. And I'm a product of it. I was the beginning of the generation that they dummied down because they didn't want the boys, supposedly the teachers didn't want the boys getting drafted into Vietnam. So they went to a bell curve and they tried to, they dummied it down, and they were passing people who really didn't deserve to pass the classes.
Mike, are you one of those dummy down people?
Oh, definitely. Absolutely. I had a dummied down education.
But Mike, would you agree that your education was dumbed down?
Well, I went to Catholic school. I didn't go to public schools.
There you go. Mike had a rinky-dink science education going to Catholic school, but he had a good education otherwise, probably. Did you have what were the students in your school? Was it mostly white Americans, Irish and German and that kind of stuff, or was it Portuguese and Italians?
Well, there were Italians, but it was all white. I mean,
yeah, and they taught grammar, didn't they?
Yeah, we had one black guy, Byron Triplett.
Okay, yeah. So they taught grammar in your school, didn't they? They taught grammar. They taught you how to do an outline for a paper.
Absolutely, we could write in cursive.
You had to write, yeah.
We studied the government. Yeah, we had government classes. Actually, after I failed out of UF,
he did. See, Claire.
I went to St. Pete
Junior. That was worth going to. He went to a school that was worth going to.
I went to St. Pete Junior College, and I remember my government class. I was like, man, this was like a lot easier than my high school government class.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I went to Catholic school, so I don't know about I know there was one kid in our class got expelled, and he was a straight C student, maybe CD, and he went to Clearwater High School. I went to Clearwater Central Catholic, but he went to Clearwater High School, and we ran into him one time out or something. Paul Gunn was his name. I'm like, Paul, what's up, man? He's like, oh, this is awesome. I'm getting straight A's.
Yeah.
in high school. I'm like, what? You were like in the remedial classes and we're failing those. But I just missed being a national merit scholar, but we had 70 kids in our class, and I think we had a dozen national merit scholars, which.
How much chaos went on at your school?
Not much.
Yeah.
Not much. no. The nuns didn't put up with a whole lot of.
Mhm.
One kid in my class did a underground student newspaper, and I remember like one of the articles was like, "Why can't we get meat on Friday during Lent if we don't want to not eat meat or something?" They almost expelled them for that. They cracked down on it. They weren't having any dissent or any of that. Of course, you also had to pay to go to those, so
Sure.
the parents took it seriously, and if they said, "Hey, your kid does one more thing, we're going to expel him," you lose all your money. So
Mm-hmm.
no, it was the '80s, but it was very lily white. I think now they have a lot more black kids in there, although the enrollment's like down quite a bit, but they're still doing all right. There was
Yeah,
Clearwater Central Catholic High School and St. Pete Catholic.
I was in school in the 70s. It was public school. Vietnam was raging, and it was a chaotic kind of a mess, but it certainly didn't equate with as bad as what I'm seeing coming out now. Okay,
From
I
what
mean, certainly everybody knew there was 2 houses of Congress. I mean, this, boy.
Yeah, well, I hear him claiming like Glenn Beck and other people will say like they got rid of civics altogether, that they don't even teach civics or government in schools anymore. I mean, I don't know. When I was in grade school in the 70s, I went to Blessed Sacrament, and but like Seminole High School in Madeira Beach, there was one story like a teacher got thrown off a balcony. The 70s were pretty bad coming out of the 60s. There's a lot of drug culture and stuff, and a lot of misbehaving in the public schools. But yeah, I lived a very sheltered.
Misbehaving.
That's probably true too. Yeah. The only time I was exposed to that kind of stuff was when I was playing sports at the local, little league type thing, and I was on football teams and basketball and baseball teams with kids who went to public schools, and I'd hear them talk sometimes, talking about like, kids in 8th grade talking about like making out in the hallways and stuff and doing things with girls, and I was like, what? Oh my God. Like I got almost suspended for holding a girl's hand in the 8th grade.
Yeah, there's a big difference between the education you get in the United States, Claire, between what you can pay for and what you can have your kids around. It's a big difference. Anyway, I think Claire took off.
Claire might be off doing her laundry. Something womanly, I think.
I'm here. I was listening.
What are you wowing about, Max? What is Max wowing about?
It's people hearing something and they go, wow, and you say, what are you wowing about? It's like, oh, I've had too much alcohol to drink. I can't remember what I was wowing about now.
He's going sentence to sentence. Expel the foreigners. Wow. Laugh out.
Who's controlled
He
opposition?
might be talking to himself most of it.
Who's controlled opposition?
He was a Dutchman who was.
Oh, the Konops guy?
No, that
yes. Yes, but I've known him for years, but he's sort of he's always complaining about the Moroccans and not enough public housing given over to the Muslims, but he sort of has to identify as liberal, but actually he wants to kick out all the foreigners, but he has to identify as liberal, and that's why he's extra vicious when he gets here.
But he should get along with white Muslim women then. They both agree on kicking out the Muslims. If he'd only known.
They need to kick out. Well, we have, you have internal problems within the Muslim community itself, and then you have society problems between communities and society and this sort of thing. Depends on what you're kind of looking at. I don't think all Muslims need to be kicked out. I do think that these people crashing the borders in Europe need to go home. And I do think anyone that came into the United States illegally should be deported. I believe that. I I don't see anything wrong with that. I
Me
don't.
neither.
And
Me
I think white people now today, because of replacement, they need to marry each other, make white kids. They need to try to preserve their race, because I believe Western heritage will be realized through white people. That was their heritage. They had the attachment to it.
But you see, I'm trying to impress on Mike the difference in people who believe in an afterlife and people who don't, because the people who do kind of are able to plan for the future and imagine a time when they're dead and but they still want they still like the idea of people looking like them, walking around inhabiting the ground
Mhm.
that they used to play and work and stuff and
Sure,
do stuff in.
sure.
Well, if you don't believe in God, you wouldn't care. I
If,
think really,
Well,
um,
if you
it's
don't believe in
frustrating for
God and
me.
your wife dies, let's say, or man, because I think men actually suffer more than women when the spouse dies. From what I've seen, I think men actually suffer more than the women do.
Mm.
But I do think the women suffer a lot. I don't think that. I think when you believe in an afterlife, you still have some hope that you'll see that person again, and maybe it'll prevent you from.
Doing crazy things.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, if you think
sure. No,
suicide's wrong, and so you're not going to commit suicide, and you're going to carry on and try to help your children and carry on doing these things.
right.
I
But
think
well,
there's a hope issue to it.
you seem to be conflating two things: one an afterlife, and one that life goes on after you.
No,
No,
because if you believe God created and God is continuing to create, I mean, Muslims believe that, God every second basically is allowing the world to be here.
okay. Well,
Yeah,
Claire
we
said,
want to. Most
okay,
people, that's a general desire to do something to leave behind and create. I mean, that's one of the driving forces of having a family, because families drive you nuts.
right. So Claire said, if you don't believe in an afterlife, you don't care that people who look like you exist after you, right? Which isn't an afterlife. It's lineage. It's your descendants. And you just said the same thing. Like having a family that carries on after you has nothing to do with after you're dead, whether or not you have an eternal soul or not. So
No,
it's
but
two very different things.
no,
Okay.
not quite, because thinking that um, the only thing that matters is your own personal life isn't helpful for society.
Yeah, I
You believe,
agree. And that's
right?
not a disbelief in an afterlife equates to only thinking of your life. I
But
don't believe in an afterlife.
believing in an afterlife is going to lead more to someone being willing to defend the community.
That may be, but I don't believe in an afterlife, but I still want to leave things behind for my nieces and nephews,
Mm-hmm.
right? You guys are like, well, you don't believe in an afterlife, therefore you're selfish. You don't care about anything that happens after you. And I'm saying
I
that's
think
not the case.
I think even atheists and agnostics are influenced by people who believe, and I think people who believe are influenced by atheists and agnostics. You understand what I'm saying? So, I mean, I think nice things rub off and bad things rub off, going both ways. But I do think that someone who believes in the afterlife, who believes that God's going to save them, is more willing to go fight for their country.
Sure. And that's, as Christopher Hitchens would say, one of the ways to get good people to do bad things is tell them it's religiously mandated. Again, if we go back to the Islamic State, something like 40,000 fighters.
Islamic State is dressed up Ba'athist Party. That's all that is.
Well, there was a kid from Vero Beach, right, on the other coast of Florida, who blew himself up in Syria. The kid was in junior college or something, not to berate junior college. I went to one myself, but I doubt he'd ever even heard the word Ba'athist. It was his religion that motivated him to go there.
He was probably a Muslim, and they talked to him, and he got involved in that. They've taken over
exactly.
Aleppo. They've taken over Aleppo right now.
Yeah, well,
because they don't like Assad. It's going to turn into killing off everybody who doesn't go with their ideology over there. That was the only reason that anyone would possibly want to support Assad. He wasn't Prince Charming. He wasn't a nice guy. But at least he wasn't going to kill off all the Alevis, because Syria had a law. Syria has a law that the president of Syria has to be a Muslim. These people coming in are saying Alevis are not Muslim, are not Alevis, Alawites are not Muslim. Assad's Alawite. They're going to kill off the Christians, anybody who doesn't have this kind of crazy ideology they have. And it's a crazy ideology. Islam does not teach to go in and kill off Christians and Alawites, or it doesn't say to go in and kill all these people. It says you were people of the book, or Christians and Jews. In other words, the state recognizes them, supposed to help them. And these other religions, you generally leave them alone. You're just not going to let them be promoted at all. That's their problem.
So you believe in freedom of speech, but you don't want to let the other religions promote themselves.
I didn't say that. I said I believe in freedom of speech. I'm talking about
that was a question.
This is what's going on in Aleppo. I think people can talk about religions and decide what they want to do. What I think is people shouldn't be talking to minors about it. I don't think people should proselytize to minors.
Okay.
All right. It's because it undermines parental authority. It's for a different reason.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah.
But okay. So first of all, talking about the Alawites, and obviously you don't like Ibn Taymiyyah, but he has a fatwa saying the Druze and the Alawites should be killed as apostate.
I don't care about this. Okay, I care about my country.
He's a great Islamic scholar. I mean,
for some. Right.
Absolutely. Not all Muslims follow the same laws.
No, they don't.
It's interesting. You say I'm just a housewife, and this guy's a recognized scholar for hundreds of millions.
He is not ISIS. ISIS is a repackaged Ba'athist party. It's a Ba'athist party. Assad was also Ba'athist.
Sure.
But they want to take over that Ba'athist party there. Now, all the people in ISIS, do they recognize themselves as being ISIS? No, they're trying to get land.
Yeah.
They want control of land.
The current guys attacking Aleppo aren't ISIS.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
Sure they are. What do you think they are?
I just read it earlier today. It begins with an H. They're not the Free Syrian Army. They're a different guy here.
God. Like all everybody does is switch names. Okay, this is the same.
Okay, well, you can. Okay, so you're saying they're ISIS by a new name.
Yeah, this is not Islam to be promoting that. You can read that in the Quran. That's what I'm saying. You can see that in the Quran.
Like what?
Christians and Jews are people of the book. Muslims, right. Christians, Jews are people of the book.
Right.
You leave them alone. The government doesn't say anything really about government, but I'm telling you, the normative Muslim reading of that is to help them, and you're supposed to protect them. And you're supposed to protect everybody inside the country. But the government is not going to help these other groups monetarily in any way. Okay? Like if you're in the way it would look like is like maybe if they had like a Christian school, a Catholic, if you're in a school and you had a class for the Christians or whatever. I mean, they're not going to promote other religions. In an Islamic country, they're going to promote Islam. They're going to leave the Christians and Jews alone to do as they like and practice their religion. Okay? They're not going to go out of their way, like giving money to some Yazidis to put whatever it is they go pray in up. They're not going to do that, but they're not being forced to become anything under Islamic law. If you come into a country and you got a bunch of Hindus there, they don't have to become another religion. They don't force them to do anything.
Well, that's interesting. So, do you have any idea how many Hindus the Muslims killed?
I'm not talking about history. Yeah, people were fighting all the time.
Right, sure.
Okay, so we're talking about cleaning up a problem in the United States because the United States should be the greatest nation in the world and preserving white culture and heritage and the U.S. Constitution. This is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
What's some I don't want to say a bad word. These people having wars everywhere. Yeah, everybody's having wars. I mean, what do you want to say about the U.S. is committing a genocide right now, and who's promoting it? Christian Zionists. So what do you want me to say that Islam says we're going to go kill all the Christians? It doesn't say that in Islam. Islam does not promote this. And if you read the Quran, you would see that. But what's happening is people read the Quran and they believing it's saying something because, non-Muslims are saying it says this. It says believers here or unbelievers, this stuff. It's all getting twisted around. But Islam itself does not promote this. These people that are in Aleppo, they are not promoting Islam. You can see that from what they're saying. They're going to kill they're going to kill these people? They're going to go run through and kill all the Christians? No. They have very old Christian communities and very old Jewish communities in some Muslim countries. They're not wiped out.
Sure. So should those Christians and Jews, people of the book, be relegated to dhimmi status?
Should they serve in the military?
No, they're not allowed to serve in the military.
Who said that?
Well, generally that's why they're taxed the jizya because
No, they were taxed. No, the reason they were taxed way back is because when you took over land, usually it's progressive. We didn't have the planes where you're going to decimate a country from the center going out, right? We didn't have these kind of dropping bombs. So people would take over a city, then the city is surrendered, right? I mean, that's the old history if you're reading. They're going to surrender. Okay, their dhimmi status, they had to pay this tax because they were not required to join the military to fight.
That's what I just said.
People. No, listen what I'm saying.
I hear you. You literally said you have to be in the military. I said it's the exact opposite. You don't have to be in the military. And you said I was wrong, and now you agree with me.
Mike,
go ahead.
Let me finish. Everybody wants a quick answer on this. In some Muslim countries, right? The dhimmi status is either you serve in the military or you pay the government because you're refusing to serve. That's it.
Okay. So as a dhimmi, as a non-Muslim, can I be a mayor of a city, a governor of a province?
I don't know which country you're talking about. You're gonna have
under your Khalifa.
I don't have a Khalifa, and I'm not promoting a Khalifa.
It's your imagination. Holy cow! This shouldn't be this hard.
I'm not promoting any of this. I'm not a scholar. Look, I'm not a scholar.
Oh, now you're not a scholar. Okay.
No, listen. Just try to understand what I'm saying. Dhimmi status had to do about military service. They didn't want a large population in the military that was going to turn against,
of course,
the state itself. That's mostly what it's based on. In a modern nation state, everybody generally is a citizen. You have responsibilities as a citizen, and one of them is military service in a lot of countries. If somebody doesn't want to do military service and they're a man, they got to pay.
Sure.
Okay. That's what's going on. I mean, I don't know. We're not wearing the clown suits. I mean, that's pretty much what's going on. So yeah, in these countries, these people, they do serve in the military.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So can they serve as a mayor?
I don't know if they can or
Okay.
not.
So you know about the military, but you don't know about that part.
I don't know what kind of
you-
government
you-
structure. There is no government structure that is promoted in
Hmm.
early Islam. There's
Claire,
no.
Claire, do you know, as the secular Koranist who wants to support to propagate Quranic law, do you know what the rule is?
On what again?
Can a non-Muslim be a mayor, a governor, a president?
Well, under secular Koranism, yes, they could.
Okay.
But because the idea would be, say, America
It's
adopted
secular
secular
Koranism.
Quranism.
Right.
So,
Okay.
Oh,
is it
okay.
a religion? Is it not a religion? I'm not, obviously this is in question, but the point is, it is a definite list of rules, but it's not really Islam because it's not a belief system. Um, it's just a list of rules, but which guarantees your First Amendment, right? So it wouldn't mean that if you're not Muslim, you can't be a member of the judiciary, etc., etc.
Okay.
But I mean, I would recommend a kind of ethical check, to make sure that person is of good character, etc. But without, making them be Muslim. You can sort of say, oh, as long as they're truthful or capable of being reasoned with, that's good enough. They don't actually have to say they believe in God, but that sort of thing.
Okay. Good to know. It's kind of like the was that 1962 case? I forget the guy's name. Versus Virginia, where he went to be a notary public. They told him he had to swear to God, and he said, "Well, I'm an atheist. I don't swear to God."
You
And then
know,
the whole
I would have
religious
to
stuff got
ask, but
turned over.
I think in Lebanon, you don't have to be a Muslim to be a mayor. Or I don't think you do.
Yeah, I
I'll have
wouldn't
to
think so.
ask.
Lebanon has lots of Christians. Lebanon has a weird structure. I think the prime minister is a Sunni Muslim, the vice, or maybe the president's a Sunni Muslim, the vice president's a Shia Muslim, and then there's a third guy is a Christian. Their seats
Something.
are like set aside for try to create religious harmony.
There's
Doesn't work
nothing in
out too
Islam.
often.
There's nothing in Islam that insists on a certain institutional structure for the government.
I think most Muslims would disagree with you, but
No,
I'm
what is
glad to
it?
hear
What
you
is
say
it?
that.
That you got several countries that are based on an English system. No, it's not. They say caliphate. They say, but the caliphate back then, they sent out later. It was later sending out governors and stuff to these different places, these different areas. But they didn't have like. There's nothing that says you must have, like for example, a parliament and the two houses, and then you
Well,
need.
true.
There's nothing like that. There's no institutional. There's nothing on that.
Sure. Yeah, there's no checks and balances in Islam.
I
The
don't know
ruler,
about checks and balances, but there's nothing that says you have to set up a government that specifically looks organized in a particular way. Other
yeah,
than
wasn't it?
the caliphate, it was whoever was on top, and whatever they said went.
Exactly.
Okay? Right.
That is Islam. You are right. It's a dictatorship.
I mean, what turns a society into a dictatorship?
When the guy at the top, you have to do whatever he says.
But isn't that technically true of the president?
No, the president almost has no power, actually.
Well, then he'll never get anything done. And,
Well,
and this means
that's a
somebody
good
else is
thing.
pulling his strings.
Yeah, no, Congress controls all the money, which is where all the power really is. The president does have executive order power that's been abused since the first Bush and then Obama. So they undo each other's executive orders, but it's very limited in scope what you can do by an executive order. The Congress controls, again, all the money. So pretty much what can be done. I mean, is that not the same with the Europeans, yeah, right. The parliament controls most things, and that's a whole mess of people. And you guys got to get all sorts of parties together to make a coalition and a majority and get things done.
Yeah, but nothing is ever done. And
Well, that's a good thing. The less government, the better.
Is it?
Yes, yes. The
Well, he's
government,
libertarian, Claire. Of course he's going to say that.
yeah.
Yeah, but do you agree? Because you have some libertarian tendencies too, Carol.
I believe less centralized power, more power to states. Yes,
Yeah.
I do believe that.
Yeah, but then if nothing gets done, then you're going to get all your problems. I mean, like Americans kind of never worked out whether they wanted a properly, federated state, or you know, how do you put it? I mean, under the first party system, you what Jefferson and Washington couldn't agree on it. Jefferson wanted all the different states to have more power, more autonomy than the Federalist Party. Is that right? Is that
Yes.
was that the
Yeah.
situation?
Yes. There's a big debate between centralized versus state rights and state power. Sure.
Oh yes, that's the expression, and
We have-
it resulted in a civil war.
We
Sure.
have different regional cultures. It's a big country, and people. It's not like everyone. It's not even like all white people exactly have the same culture in the United States. It's not just that white people are a bunch of hybrids from Europe, from different types of Europeans, and they kind of marry each other. We actually have different cultures going across the country in the country itself. If you're going to have a federalized government that is getting this controlling that's going on, it's not to the benefit for the people who live in the country. Something has to stop the federal government from becoming oppressive. And it's the states being able to push against the feds that'll do that. But if they're taking the rights away, they're taking the rights away. Like school systems should not be controlled by the federal government. They should be controlled by state and local. They should not all be the same.
Americans in Florida may have a different kind of education to Americans in California.
Yeah, absolutely.
But wouldn't that be divisive and not particularly conducive to
it's
national
like
solidarity?
It's like I told you. My dad, back when he went to school, that it was basically, what was basically a bunch of farmers. And he went to school. He graduated high school, and he knew Latin. He knew math. He did all that stuff. He could rise up to become a lieutenant colonel in the military when he didn't have a college education. So if you're going to spread this across the whole country, you're not going to allow excellence anywhere. It's going to be dragging down places that can excel and having educations where maybe some people can't even keep up. Education should be controlled by the state and local, not a federal government, not in a country this size.
Well, can't you make all Americans learn the same version of their history and, learn the same subjects, have the same kind of examinations? So, there's some kind of standardization.
Well, you can have a test. You can have a test for higher education and see how you pass on those tests. I mean, a college can have their own entrance exams, right?
Yeah, so but you have SATs, right?
We have the SATs and the ACTs, yeah. And so schools generally teach to some degree to those, but not to speak for the white Muslim woman, most of us in America view states kind of as 50 labs, right? So let them all try their different stuff and see which one rises to the top and then emulate them.
Yeah.
Whereas
there's some choice in there, Claire.
So which
Yeah.
state has the best education system then?
Not California.
No, not California. It depends on how you want to measure it. Or if you're measuring it as like cost per child, you know, the South usually does very poorly. Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana. You get into the Midwest, usually you get higher scores with less money per pupil. You go to like New York and California, where the liberals, in Illinois with Chicago, they spend $20,000 a year on a high school student, and they're usually below grade level.
So Mike,
I think the Midwest mainly does best in scoring, and maybe
right,
some
that
of
was
the
what I
Northeast
was
a little bit.
focusing on. So it's the Midwest is the Bible Belt, is it not?
No, the Bible Belt is the South, is like from the Carolinas through Tennessee over into Texas and Oklahoma, Nebraska, maybe. But no, the Midwest is
The Corn Belt?
what the Corn Belt. Yeah, you can call it the Corn Belt. Some of it, the Rust Belt, is kind of from Buffalo through the Ohio Valley and stuff. But yeah, the Midwest would be the Corn Belt, not the Bible Belt. Definitely not.
Oh, right, I was confusing the two.
The
So,
Bible Belt's in the South. We got lots of belts.
yes. So, so people, well, farmers and farmers' children tend to do better. Is that what you're saying? Because maybe they come from whole families with fathers in the home and that sort of thing? Is that the reason?
Well, it's ethnically not as diverse as a lot of places. There's not as many blacks pulling things down. Probably not as many Asians pulling things up. There's not a whole lot of farmers anymore. I mean, my parents are from Wisconsin, and we used to go up there and we'd go out to the farm and ride horses and stuff. But only 2% of American population works on farms anymore. As opposed to in Jefferson's time when it was 90 or something. The farms are been largely industrialized. ADM and these guys just have huge corn.
Yeah, in my dad's time, Claire, remember I told you he was old enough to be my grandfather. My mom and dad both. They're old enough to be my grandparent.
Mm-hmm.
So the United States was changing from being the farmers, and they had all these farm collapses from family-owned farms, because generally the way they survived was they do their harvest, sell it, pay back the bank loan that they used to buy the seed and this sort of thing, right? They lost a lot of family farms. It's corporate now, mostly. Right, but that was the culture. So when my dad was in school, it was assumed the parents could not read and write. Right? Maybe they could read and write, but it wasn't in English. Or maybe it was they just weren't going to be able to do that. They weren't going to be able to teach these classes to the kids. So he had 1 hour, whatever the class was, an hour of the class. And then they had a study hour where someone would help them with the homework, explaining things they didn't understand. Then they'd have the next class, whatever that was. They had another hour after that. There was no assumption that the parents were going to supplement any learning they were getting in the school that he went to. There was assumed that was not going to happen. The farmers, some of them read, maybe some seed catalogs or Bible, but they were not going to be able to teach these classes. They could not possibly teach these kind of classes. Like, they wouldn't necessarily know algebra or any of this stuff. Mm-hmm. So that's when he went to school, and he went, and he got a great education for someone who went to high school. Everybody assumed he'd gone to college that talked to him. Everyone. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that was good. So are we going to drag down someplace that would manage to produce students that were that well with a centralized, dummied down education for them? I don't think so. We want people to be able to excel in the United States. And if a state can do it and a local government can create a school where the kids are going to really excel, why should they be dragged down by some centralized, unified education system that is not being very successful right now. They're trying to make it more and more centralized. It's just getting worse and worse.
Well, you could stream classes, couldn't you?
Screen classes?
Stream, like
Stream
Zoom.
them.
But so, Claire, I think here's the disconnect, right? You're assuming the centralized government will put forth a program that everyone agrees with and likes. Our concern is like it'll come out of California and it'll be DEI, right? It's the largest state. They got the most. In fact, they're years ago, I was watching a thing, and the liberals were very upset that Texas, having the largest like school district, having the most children or something, they get to dictate what the textbooks are. Even though you have all these different curriculum, the textbooks manufacturers, and of course, I don't even know if they print textbooks anymore, but back in the day, McGraw Hill or whoever, they would go by whatever the Texas guys said, because, you know, that's 5 million books going there or whatever, and another 10 million going everywhere else or whatever the numbers were. But because they were so large, they got to dictate to the textbook manufacturers what they wanted in the textbooks. And so the liberal states were all crying about that. So the point is, yes, if you had a centralized great curriculum that said, you know, whatever a fourth grader needs to know their timetables through 12, or, you know, whatever the benchmarks would be, that would be great. The problem would be you get the liberals in there and they want to talk about DEI, and they want to talk about the homosexuals, and they want to talk about non-civic stuff. Like I said, I think civics has been largely scrubbed from the schools. It was funny. This is more than 10 years ago, probably. I was talking to my friends' kids when they were in school, and I went to Catholic school, like I said, and it was the 80s. And, you know, we touched on segregation and things like that in history class, being in Florida. And one of the kids said something that sounded segregationist, sort of a little Jim Crow thing or something. I said, "Oh, do they talk about Jim Crow law in school?" And they're like, "Every day." Like, that's all they spend American history on, is talking about the blacks being suppressed and stuff, which obviously happened. But in turn, they don't know what the House of Representatives is, what the Senate is, you know, what the Supreme Court is. So
you can have guidelines, Claire. I mean, if they want to do a centralized guidelines and say when people graduate from high school, we want them to know, be educated on certain subjects or something. I mean, maybe they could
the business organizations could say, you know, we want school leavers to be able to do A, B, and C.
Business organizations? No, Claire. That's one of the ways that they dummied down the education in California. They were promoting the idea that they needed to produce employees for corporations. The guy that used to be Payson, his name was Payson. He used to be superintendent of schools down here. He ended up with a big job in Washington. Okay, this is
you need a range of
education.
people.
There is no education on thinking about how to create business yourself. There's none of this. It's all about being an employee, unless you go into GATE or seminar. If you get accepted into GATE or seminar, in which case they're trying to produce the future scientists of America. That's why that was created. I think Reagan started it. Okay, so in other words, if you don't get into that, you're assumed that you're going to be just a cog in the wheel.
Well, I mean, there's so many, you know, different sectors in the economy. I mean, you could be an academic, you could be working, I don't know, an independent contractor.
That's what they're teaching, Claire. They were teaching them to be nothings.
Okay, well, we could fix it, couldn't we? I mean,
maybe, but it's not through a centralized government. The centralized government is not going to fix it. The centralized government in the United States isn't going to fix this, because this should be determined basically by the states and stuff, each state, the state economies are kind of different too. Even if you're going to do something like that, you have state economies that are different, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a very big country.
Mm.
So if you,
So
and
in
you
certain
don't have
states,
industry anymore,
agricultural college might be the
you
thing,
can have
right?
agricultural college. They have that, sure. They
Yeah.
have that kind of stuff. But the farming is corporate. I mean, basically, it's turning into a country where they're promoting people being employees as opposed to creating their own businesses or their own economic future. They're promoting the idea of being an employee. That's what was going on, and it's a pretty dumb employee. From when I'm talking to these people getting house clothes, it's pretty dumb. Okay, so, but the biggest issue, but the really big issue is they have no understanding at all about how our government even works. They don't understand it. They don't understand about the lobbyists. There's a lot of stuff they just don't understand. And because they don't understand this, what's happening? They're starting to gravitate towards socialism because it sounds kind of good. Like, okay, the government is going to provide you this stuff. They don't understand how it's given up their freedoms from the Bill of Rights. They're not seeing that because they maybe they read it one time in class. I don't even have them memorized, Claire. People should have those memorized.
What were the Bill of Rights?
Yeah, in the Constitution. That should be memorized.
27 amendments, right?
No, it's not 27.
Don't you have 27 amendments?
Oh, we probably do, but the Bill of Rights is a section of them.
Well, there's, what, 10 or 12 of them or something?
I think. Let me look it up. I'm not even sure. See? That's what you get from hand-me-down education. I don't have them all memorized. But, it's stuff like freedom of speech, not having to house military people in your homes, this sort of stuff. Freedom of religion. Government won't impose itself on you about your religion, make laws about it. This sort of thing.
I think it's 10 or 12, the first 10 or 12, I believe.
Oh, let me look real fast. I don't want to say the wrong thing on here. See, I admit I have a cruddy bad education. I admit it. And I admit I don't know how to use this phone. Shoot. I bought a new Android. I don't really know how to use it.
No, I mean, I suppose every citizen. I mean, in the UK, we have citizenship tests that a lot of people who've lived for generations in the country said, "Well, I wouldn't know how to. I couldn't pass that." But what it's supposed to be.
Citizenship test? You have a hard citizenship to become a citizen.
Well, it's really for immigrants rather than the indigenous.
Oh, the one to become a citizen here is very easy. In fact, you can get the questions ahead of time and study the answers. You're supposed to take a little English class. You're supposed to take a little English class, and you don't have to speak it very good. And if you're too old, they don't even make you know the English.
Right.
But, dang, I can't. Oh, here we go. I don't know how to use my phone. Anyway, if you can't make a correlation, but when you're hearing about laws, like if you can't make a correlation that it's going to interfere with your Bill of Rights, when you're hearing about these laws and make that the priority, you're going to create problems. And that's how you get laws passed that actually undermine our Constitution.
So when you talk about civics is basically stuff you're supposed to know about your country, like over executive, judiciary, and legislature, that kind of thing. How your government is made up of.
Correct.
How your government works.
And you don't do it anymore? It's no longer taught in schools.
How can you have college graduates who don't even know there's two houses of Congress? They don't even know there's a Senate and a legislature. They don't know that. They don't understand the Congress and the Senate. They don't know the difference between a senator and a congressman. How can you have high school graduates that don't know that living in this country? It's pathetic. Mike had a much better education than I had. As soon as he said Catholic school, oh yeah, I got the picture. He went somewhere that actually opened up a book and tried to read it. I am talking to people getting out of high school. Claire, they're reading books that probably I could have read when I was in elementary school. You know those Harry Potter books? You think that's really something a high school student should be reading and doing a book report on? This is pathetic. This is pathetic. People were reading the Communist Manifesto when I was in junior high. Some people, not everybody. Some people couldn't read, but this reading is out of control, dummied down. That some book that actually someone should have been able to read in 5th grade, they're doing book reports on.
Wow.
It's really bad. Really, really bad. And then they get out of school and wow, what are they going to do with the rest of their lives? We're living in an economy that has gone more and more technology, right? More and more technology, and they don't have any skills at all to do any kind of labor because they lived in a city. They don't know how to use any tools. If I call somebody to come fix my TV, to get cable for the TV and all that, it's Mexicans coming in. Mexicans come in and set it up. I'm not making fun of the Mexicans. I'm just saying that they're you got people getting out of high school. They can't do anything.
Yeah, no, the Mexicans are generally hard workers, the ones in America.
10. I think it's the 10, Claire.
Mm-hmm.
The first 10 amendments.
Yeah. And that's
Bill of Rights are the first 10 amendments.
People have to think about that. They have to be cognizant of it, especially right to bear arms, all this stuff.
Okay, white Muslim woman, can you tell me the 3rd Amendment?
No, I don't have them memorized.
Oh, okay.
I didn't go to
Claire, everybody knows the first is freedom of speech and freedom of religion, the right to assemble to address grievances to your government. Everyone knows the second, it's the right to bear arms.
And the 5th Amendment is a right not to incriminate yourself, because I've seen in the legal dramas.
Right. Sure.
Oh, yeah, right.
The 5th, so everyone knows that, right against self-incrimination. The 4th is like that, illegal search and seizure. Like they can't just come into your house without a warrant. But no one knows the 3rd.
Is that housing the soldiers?
It is. It's quartering the soldiers.
Yeah, there you go.
It's just something that never comes up anymore, right? But the British Crown
don't do that anymore. Yeah,
the British Crown would come in and kick your door in and say, "Hey,
it's big enough." Because I mean, in the UK, they do it if you have a stately home.
Oh, can they still take your house to put the soldiers in the UK?
Yeah, because I don't know if you've ever read Brideshead Revisited, which is a Catholic novel, I suppose. So there's Stephen War, and he knew this rich Catholic family who owned a stately home, and then World War II happened, and their home was requisitioned by the government to,
Well, government can requisition stuff. Sure, they can do that, but they can't force somebody to just let soldiers come stay in their homes, which is what was going on
right
for a while. So they said,
well, the British, when they just go into bars and gather up a bunch of guys and say, "Well, you're in the Navy now."
I think it's called.
Yeah.
Yes,
you might not be home for 5 years.
They
you don't
buy
die.
you a drink, and then you'd accept the drink, and then you'd see at the bottom of your pint the Queen's shilling, and it's like, right, you've accepted the Queen's shilling. Off you go to the Navy.
They fool you by dropping a coin in your drink. It's a contract now that you drank the beer. Those sneaky bastards. Those Brits. They're clever. The Queen.
Yeah, and the poor Australians, they were kind of, charged with, stealing a loaf of bread. It's like, right, you're a naughty boy. You'll have to go to the other side of the world, and people are penal colony.
Right.
Oh, they used to when I think they were still doing it when I was a kid and stuff. And actually, I do know someone who's probably around 40 now that a judge told him the same thing. I guess the guy got drunk and took somebody's golf cart, took off in it. Yeah, some stupid thing, some teenager did. Anyway, the judge told him, you can go in the military, or you can go to jail. They used to do that here. Like if you were misbehaving, they say, okay, well, you can go get some discipline, go in the military.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess he was out of high school, so that's what the judge said to him, and he went because he didn't want to go to jail.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the judges used to do stuff like that. And young boys, when they got out of high school, if they didn't know what to do, a lot of times they go in the military, try to figure out what they wanted to do, get some discipline. That's what they used to call it. Go get some discipline.
Yeah, yeah, they certainly did that through the 60s. What is
Yeah.
Bruce Springsteen's Born in America? Got in a little jam. They sent me off to Vietnam.
Yeah.
With a gun in my hand to go kill the yellow man.
Well, that's why they dumbed down education, so they all could get into school. In California, they'd started the community colleges. So if you could get out of high school, you could get into a community college.
And it was free.
It was not anywhere near as hard as getting into a university. You didn't have to pass those SATs or anything. And so it was keeping these guys from being going to war. It became very unpopular, the Vietnam War. So,
right. And then I don't know about in California. In Florida, if you get a degree from a junior college or a community college, the universities have to then accept you.
Oh, yeah. But I'm saying is the community college would keep you from going to war.
Sure. Right.
And if you could do good in that, you could get into a university. Yeah, you could get into a university. But if you couldn't pass, let's say if you couldn't get into a 4-year university because you had to take a test, if you couldn't pass that test, you could go to a junior college.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, California's community college, junior college, I think they even had football teams, or maybe they still do, was a huge system through the 70s and 80s that a lot of people look to as a great system.
People were coming from other states
to
go to junior college to get out going to Vietnam. They were paying foreign student prices to go to the college instead of going to Vietnam. And it used to be so cheap if you were a California resident to go. You just had to buy your books back. I think it was about, I don't know, $13 a semester, something crazy. In the beginning, it was really low. So I remember on campus, there was people that came from New York. And it was cheaper for them to go to school as a out-of-state student in California than to pay for the fees in New York.
Yeah.
So they were
it's like the Yankee fans coming to the Rays game.
Yeah.
They can come spend 4 days in Florida, go to all the baseball games, and it's still cheaper than to go to the baseball games in Yankee Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy, Claire. You don't understand any of that. America. It's amazing how small Britain is. I was just looking at it the other day.
You could fit into one of your states.
You guys are tiny. I know. And you got 70 million people. And I was on Coventry FF, and I looked up the city. It's the 10th largest city in the UK, and it's like 350,000 people. Yet somehow you got 70 million people, and there's about 5 million in London. How are you guys all spread out the way you are? There's a lot of little towns.
Indeed. You've got 330 million people.
Right.
I guess divided by 50. I guess.
Right. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I mean, the UK can't be not bigger than Wisconsin, I'm sure.
I always trip out when I'm watching the, I don't know, some of the videos on YouTube, people fighting with the immigrants or whatever, or fighting whatever in England. They got the police out there and they got the pushback things for, crowd control. They just can't do it. I mean, American police would be mowing them down. They're like actually being pushed back, the English cops. They're they're like pushover cops compared to what goes on here.
Well, we have we have police women, and they're so short. It's almost an incitement to crime.
Oh,
You
wow.
know.
Well, you guys used to not carry guns.
Well, it used to be that you had to be 6 foot to join the police force, and now, you know, you can be female and just above 5 feet.
It's just kind of a trip. I remember I saw a demonstration in England one time of some those people that are against people that like the animals. They were doing some big demonstration. The police are there and stuff, and I was just like, wow, this is the most low key thing I've ever seen. It's just not. It's just different. England's different than here.
Hmm.
When you see like even like a detective show, for example, right?
Hmm.
For England, it shows the court system. Like we have all these rules of evidence and stuff. It seems like you guys don't have, but they had they'll have people they're the police are coming, the cops are yelling stop, and the person actually stops. They're just going to keep going here. They're going to keep running as fast as they can. They just keep running. Or they will stop if the guns get pulled out, but I mean they're going to go. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, wow, the guy stopped and he had a hoodie on. You couldn't see his face. I don't know. It's just different. I can't say media is exactly correct, but there is a big inability of the cops in England to be able to push back huge crowds of people. They can't push them back.
Well, I think they're using slightly different methods now. So, I mean, if you ever watch how they manage things in India, the police turn up with their sticks. They see a crowd there and they use their sticks on the crowd, and the crowd disperses. That's how it's done in India. And I noticed that not that long ago, that's how it was done in Holland too.
Well, they'll get shot with the tear gas here. I mean, they've got tear gas going. I mean,
And
they'll
the
do all
water
kinds of.
cannon. Mhm.
I mean, this sort of thing. It's just kind of. It seems like America is more aggressive in that department. I remember when I was younger, when I was in high school, they had a big problem up in San Francisco with the police. They were taking people to some hotel and beating them up down in the basement.
Hmm.
They got caught doing that. That was kind of a big scandal. I remember that.
Police brutality.
Yeah, it was police brutality. And it was a pretty ugly one, too. And this stuff goes on. I don't know. This is kind of unrelated, I guess, but we're just talking about England. He mentioned England, and so something I thought of here.
Well, I guess, the cop shows here used to be less violent than the cop shows of America, which is always, shooting and Dirty Harry and, but that's because of your gun culture.
Well, that's like a little exaggeration, but the police, police were used to be able, if you wanted to be a policeman in the United States, you go in and you apply for a job, or at least in California, because we knew some people wanted to be cops. They went in and they were doing the interview, and they'd start saying this racial slurs at you, whatever they could think of, to try to get you mad. You could not get mad. No matter what they were saying to you, you had to be able to stand there and take it, because people could say anything they wanted to a cop.
Mm-hmm.
Anything. And they wanted to see if they could get a rise out of the person.
Mm-hmm.
Anything like that. One guy went down there. We knew he was parents. He was originally Portuguese, and he went down. He was trying to. I mean, he wasn't from Portugal, or if he was, he came as a real little kid.
Mm-hmm.
And so he went down for this interview, and they were saying all kinds of things to him, trying to get him to say something, to get a rise out of him, or see if he's getting really mad or not.
Right. So it was his job interview, and he was being racially abused. And,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was part of the interview process.
See what kind of temperament he has.
Yeah, see if he was going to get mad. If somebody called him something, if he was going to get mad enough and have that be the reason to start hitting somebody.
Mm.
That was the kind of stuff they did. You sound tired, Claire.
No, I'm listening. I guess I'm, more in a listening mode now than talking. I'm learning so much about America.
Yeah. So
Well, I mean, so much has changed anyway in any country. I mean, when you think of, well, just how much has changed in the short time that we've been around.
Yeah, Claire, I don't know how the algorithm pushed these to me, but I've watched a couple of YouTube things. One is I actually have the window up here. Real History of Britain, episode 7, Britain's National Disgrace. And these guys have, and it seems like this video is actually from the 70s itself or something. But they have some old footage from the 1930s. What was it? Columbia Road? Columbia something, I think.
Columbia Market, maybe?
In like the 1930s, it was like tenements and stuff, and it just shows how poor they were in London, in East London. They said it's been
Yes.
gentrified. There has been gentrified now. And the other one I saw before that was poverty in the UK, and they're interviewing this woman from 1969, and she's like doing something with lace or something and talking about, I get 9 shillings for this. And they're like, well, how long does it take? She says, usually 2 to 4 hours, but sometimes you can get one that takes me 12 hours to do. And the guy's like, well, do you get more money for those? And she's like, no. I'm not even sure what a shilling is, but is that like cents?
It's kind of like a dime
A dime.
or
Okay.
a nickel.
So you got a pound, right? Obviously.
And it's supposed to be 20 shillings in a pound.
Okay, so there's 20 shillings in a pound, so it's a nickel.
Yeah, something like that.
So
Yeah.
a shilling would be a nickel. What's a
A dime
quid?
is 10 cents, right?
Quid's a
A
pound.
nickel is 5 cents.
The quid is the same as a pound, yeah.
Yeah.
So you just got 2 words for the same thing, because it seems like they're saying a quid sometimes, and then they say a pound, but a quid's a pound. Okay, a shilling is a nickel.
In Ireland, it's called a quid.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. A pound is not a quid.
I don't know about now with all these Muslims coming in, but the biggest aliens to Ireland was Irish. So I don't know if they picked up quid for them or the Irish picked up quid from the English, but that's what they call it, or they say Q here instead of line up.
I saw the Irish did have like some sort of immigrant protest march, and everybody got like all upset. Like I thought the Irish were so welcoming and stuff. Oh, I think they sent like 270 immigrants to a village that had like 60 people in it or something.
Yeah, this whole thing is ridiculous. What's going on over there? They're doing that. In the U.S. they have these different areas where they'll send in a whole bunch of immigrants from one place too. And one time I was driving my car, and I had my kids in it, and a whole bunch of kids from these elementary schools started fighting, and they were throwing bottles. And there was a big, huge group of Somalians fighting Mexicans. And, they were throwing things, and they were taking bottles and throwing them with belts and then hitting with belts and all this kind of stuff. Even girls were in it fighting all around my car.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not, this is, so if you have all these, I'm not saying I'm saying is if you have a school and you're trying to assimilate people, you can't create a school where they're not around the people in the country. So these schools were predominantly, African, like from Africa. Like I remember once on one of the playgrounds, somebody was yelling, "Does somebody speak Swahili here?" As a kid, they couldn't understand the kid. If you create a school that is a bunch of immigrants, even if it's different immigrants, They're not learning the culture of the country.
For some reason, I thought a West Side Story when you're talking about the fighting.
Yeah, it looked something like that. And then
America.
I was thinking, do the Somalians think I'm Muslim because I'm wearing a scarf because I'm not black? And do the Mexicans? I mean, do they think I'm Mexican because I'm white, or do the Mexicans think I'm Somalian because I have a scarf on? Right? I don't know what the heck these kids thought. But man, I was lucky my windshield didn't get smashed. I couldn't move the car. It was hundreds of them going at it. Hundreds of them. They all came out to fight and they were laughing. Oh, it was ugly, man. That was ugly to be in.
Well, speaking of freedom of speech in Somalis, I don't know, white Muslim, did you see the case out of Hamline University in Minneapolis?
No.
In an art history class, the professor showed a painting of Muhammad, like a 15th century painting of Muhammad. She apparently even put it in the syllabus and gave trigger warnings to say, I'm going to show a picture of Muhammad. But one of the Somali girls saw it and freaked out and called CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, and they fired the professor.
Yeah, this is garbage doing that.
They ended up paying for it later. She settled with them, and it was funny because the Minnesota CARE chapter, had this big press conference. You can see it on YouTube. It's like 40 minutes long. The girl comes up. She starts crying. I'm 23. I've never seen a picture of Muhammad until today or till the class. And now I've seen it. And I don't know why that's so upsetting. I know a lot of Muslims say, portraits and pictures are haram or whatever, but
there was somebody else that got in trouble for showing actually an old picture that was from the Muslim world. It was supposed to be
this was a Persian painting. The Persians,
they have some
kings. I used to have 13th century illuminated manuscripts. Not that Muhammad was pictured, but they had pictures of horses and the guys, and I think the one was a scene from the Battle of Hudud, the Battle of the Mound and stuff. But there's lots of old paintings. Sometimes they show Muhammad, but with his face kind of whited out, or it's like a flame.
Got a cloth over it, yeah.
Yeah, or a halo, or a cloth over it. But there's other guys around them. But the hadith is there was a guy who came to Muhammad and he wanted to become a Muslim, but he was a portrait painter, and he says, "This is how I make my money, and my living." And Muhammad said, "Well, you'll be in the hellfire." Another one, Aisha gave Muhammad a pillow with deer embroidered on it. He angrily tore it up and said, on the day of judgment, anybody who makes an image of a living thing, apparently not trees included, but animals, Allah will ask you to bring them to life. And obviously you won't be able to, so you'll be condemned to hell for it. So there's an angel won't enter a house with pictures or dogs in it. But
well, is that teacher? I'm just judging from what you said. Didn't sound like she's trying to be insulting. I don't think she should have been fired over it. And I think the Somalian student can go take another class if it bothers her.
Yeah, and it was an elective class, and now there's the whole theory that she actually took it on purpose to try to do it. But the one CARE guy starts the press conference with, Islamophobia happens in many manners.
Oh, God, this isn't Islamophobia. This is showing some art. This is not Islamophobia doing this. I don't like the word Islamophobia. I think it's just a woke word to pretty much accuse somebody of an irrational fear of. It's not an irrational fear. Some people like Islam, some people don't. That's not an irrational fear. It's not Islamophobia to show a picture of that. I thought what was insulting was a class one of my friends' kids were in, where the teacher told them all to draw pictures of Prophet Muhammad getting kicked out of Mecca, and all these kids were drawing kids kicking. I mean, that was a little bit bizarre. I thought that was kind of odd. Right. And then when she went over to ask the teacher about it, he said, "Well, I don't really know anything about Islam." Like, okay, maybe you should be teaching a different class. You don't even know what you're teaching in here. But this catering to these sensibilities, like people making it, this is ridiculous. If that Somalian girl found this that offensive, she shouldn't have taken that particular class. I don't think it doesn't sound like it was a required class to me.
Yeah, no, it wasn't.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, and that's the other thing. CARE actually was formed, what, 94, 93, when after the first World Trade Center bombing. But one of the first things they did was they petitioned the Supreme Court to remove, you probably don't know this, but there's a freeze that is on the Supreme Court, you know, like a relief, not statues, but, you know, just the faces and stuff of 18 ancient lawgivers, I think it is. And Mohammed is one of them. And they petitioned the Supreme Court to have him removed, or at least have his face sandblasted off. And I think it was Rehnquist was the Chief Justice back then. He's like, no, nobody knows what Muhammad looked like. It's kind of like a likeness of him or whatever. But yeah, we're not removing it just because you're offended.
No, but they'll remove crosses. They'll remove crosses in California. They'll make a big stink, and then they'll try to drag these crosses off. Like they had some big cross that was on actually, I guess, state-owned or something land.
Yeah, and this I remember that. It was built
And they made a big stink, and so then they sold the square or whatever it was the cross is sitting on to some private people, and they said you didn't have the right to sell this. It was public land. I mean, it's just a big thing. I don't agree with that, and I do not agree. I do not agree with those soldiers that went into Saudi, and they had those Cross of Lorraine patches on their uniforms, and they covered them up. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with this sort of thing. That was the insignia of their military unit. It should have stayed on.
Right. Well, okay. Yeah. That's like, what was it? The 1979 Grand Mosque seizure or siege, or do you know
where they killed all those pilgrims, you mean?
Yeah, the guy claimed to be the al-Mahdi.
That. Oh.
So the French special forces came in, and they apparently all had to take their shahada before going into Mecca. And then later they said, no, the Pakistanis actually did it, but everybody pretty much agrees it was French special forces were brought in because, 79, Saudis didn't have any great counter-terrorist, or even special forces type guys.
Well, they had an attempted military coup in Saudi quite a while back. These military officers were going to seize the government, and they got caught. So Saudi is always walks this line of trying not to build up their actual military forces. They're afraid of having a revolution. So they want the United States to be like they're kind of acting like Israel. They think the United States is supposed to be their military. Sure. Israel acts like, they can do what they want because the United States is going to do it. But Saudi kind of runs on that because they were going to attempt to take over.
Yeah, well, and that's actually what I've read, the 79 incident is what kind of pushed the Wahhabists into power. That, the House of Saud kind of said, okay, we'll let you religious fanatics kind of take over the society.
No, when they way back.
Just don't overthrow us ruling the place.
No, way back. The Wahhabi movement was used way back before it even became the king of Saudi Arabia. They used the Wahhabi stuff.
Sure, the original guy who unified Saudi Arabia under the House of Saud used Wahhabi. Yeah, he's from the teens or 20s, right?
Yeah, they pit the middle class, the Wahhabis, and the secularists against each other to try to stay in power. And Muslims don't believe you have. I don't know. It's not so much. I don't think it's so much you don't believe you can have a monarchy or something. They don't believe you have to have one. They don't believe this is normal. That's not how they did business in Saudi. And so
Yeah,
that Makkali
monarchy.
movement, he started promoting that idea that you had to accept the government like that. The idea basically was a little bit older than that, was that you didn't go against the government unless it was causing problems with you practicing your religion or something. Anyway, but you have the example of the Ottomans. That was a monarchy. Whatever anybody wants to say about those, passing that down to their sons and stuff.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know how you say his name. Muawati, the governor of Syria, after Ali, right? He fought Ali in the
Muawiyah.
yeah. He fought Ali in the Battle of Siffin, and then Ali came to an agreement with him, and then Ali was assassinated by Khawarji. The Khawarji were upset with Ali about the deal he made with him, and then when he died, he made Yazid the First, who was his son, Khalifa. So that started the inheritant Caliphas thing. And of course, I mean, Yazidi attacked Mecca and Medina. Was it the Battle of Al-Harar? He killed, pretty much wiped out the Sahaba, killed the last 70 companions, I think. And they let the boys run wild for 3 days, raping.
Well, Muawiyah was running a caliphate, up in Syria, and then when Imam Ali was caliph, he was running his own caliphate. So there was two going on there.
Who was
Muawiyah,
right? But then
in Syria, he was running a separate caliphate.
But I thought Uthman was like his buddy, giving him a bunch of money. So you got
after Uthman was dead. Muawiyah became a governor up there, right. And then he started running his own caliphate. He didn't fall in line with Ali.
Okay, right. And then you had the Battle of Siffin, right? And then they came to a truce, and then Ali was assassinated, and then he became the caliph. I mean, you're kind of saying he had his own Khalifa going, just kind of like he's a mobster not kicking up enough money or something. But
no, he had his own thing going, and then he became the caliph of all of it. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, they were fighting. These people were fighting each other. It's obvious there was problems.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I find it ironic that 3 of the 4 rightly guided caliphs were assassinated. Omar was killed by a slave, a Persian slave, didn't like his ruling. But then Uthman was killed by a Muslim, and then Ali as well. So I'm not sure about this perfect revelation.
What, they had the revelation, you think?
Well, they had the Quran, right? Isn't that the perfect revelation?
Well, what are you trying to say? They weren't prophets.
Well, I'm trying to say, shouldn't perfect revelation be easily translated? Shouldn't 1,400 years later we have it figured out, or even earlier, when they say the greatest generations are the earliest generations? Shouldn't they have
everybody, Prophet Muhammad had a revelation. For us to try to sort of receive this revelation ourselves, we have to read it, but we are each individually going to interpret it in some way ourselves. We reflect this revelation as best as we can, and people are imperfect. I mean, just because you can have something perfect and everybody's doing it wrong. Fighting people are people. Politics is politics.
Okay. Would you describe the Quran as instruction booklet?
I think it's everything.
Okay.
I think it's that. I think it puts you, if you're reading it, it puts you in uh, a different sort of psychological space. It changes your personal configurations to experience and recognize um, what God wants you to recognize. I think it's everything. I don't think it's just a law book.
Right. But it is a clear and concise law book, or
It has some general laws in it. Now, whether or not you believe that these laws must be exactly replicated exactly the same way in all situations, this is what schools of thought address. This is what they're looking at. I don't think, I think someone can be a Muslim and read the Quran and not think the laws have to be implemented exactly the same way for all situations. Do you understand what I'm saying? In other words, I think someone can look at those laws and think they're time based. So the argument is it time based or is it for all future time to be implemented just the same? And so then what you run into is the argument over authority, which is what I was talking to Claire about a couple of times. What is the authority to decide this? Right?
right? Yeah.
Okay, so people are trying to derive law. They're using the Quran. Now, so some using the Quran and Hadith, and they're trying to figure out how can regular people figure out what the law is. They came up with some rules to look at Quran and Hadith and make these laws, and then their idea about whether it has to be all the time, and then they had ideas about the weight of what the Sahaba did. Or we're going to say that they made mistakes or they didn't make mistakes. Let's say they didn't make any mistakes. I mean, this sort of thing. This is what schools of thought do. Okay.
Right.
Now, this relates to Claire's idea, is that she's saying the Supreme Court would rule on this. The Supreme Court would interpret this. So, will the
Sure.
Supreme
And the Supreme Court is subjective and ever changing. You know, we had Roe versus Wade. Now Roe versus Wade's been overturned. You know,
But someone can
you have
certainly be a
the
Muslim
Dred
and
Scott
believe
case. You have, all
someone can be a Muslim and believe that these laws don't need to be implemented like that, because even those laws in the Quran are a little bit uh, in a Muslim society they're a little bit less aggressive because we have other rules beside what's in there, like not spying on people, not you can't accuse somebody of adultery or any of that unless there's four people seeing it at the same time. This sort of
right.
thing.
Sure. 24/2.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, so this isn't what constitutes how you're going to derive law from it and create law. This is what school of thoughts address. I don't run a school of thought,
Okay. Do
right?
you follow a madhab?
Well, I follow something.
Okay. So you're not a Maliki, Hanbali.
I don't want
Hanafi,
to. I don't want to get into this stuff because then it turns into when I come on the internet, I got people screaming at me about that. It's just nonstop. I got some guy here like today called me the B word, and then I get people harassing me a lot. So I don't want to get into that because my purpose isn't to promote a particular school of thought or anything. My real purpose is to promote the white people not being replaced, to reclaim their heritage, their position of expressing their heritage. And I believe Islam needs to be expressed through white people. And it's not right now expressed through white people. I don't know what they'll come up with. But that's basically what I want to talk about. I think these old world squabbles need to just stay in the old world. They can just go think it out themselves over there. I don't like them coming over here and starting fights over it. They don't need to be doing that. They don't need to be going to a movie theater and trying to shut it down because they're showing some movie from a different set. This stuff just doesn't. This not helping anything. This
Right.
kind of garbage. I believe Islam needs to be expressed through white people to be what Islam should be in the West. Islam in the West should not be the recreation of Pakistan. Okay? That's what I believe, and that's what I'm generally trying to get across to people.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
a type of white nationalist. I'm not a white
I
supremacist.
see. Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned movie, and I had just earlier talked about 79. What was it in 77 when The Messenger came out? The Hanafi incident in D.C. They shot
Oh, I thought that
Marion.
happened in New York, didn't it?
No, I think they shot Marion Barry.
Oh, I don't remember that part. I just remember the stink that happened in New York with a bunch of Hanafis, and they had guns up on top of their compound thing or something. Yeah, it was called Muhammad Messenger of God back then. They didn't call it The Messenger, that movie. When it first came out, it was Muhammad Messenger of God. I saw it at the movie theater. I wasn't Muslim then. And they had right after it, they had a kung fu movie. Oh no, right after,
Yeah.
and then later I went and saw that one Enter the Dragon or whatever it was, that kung fu movie with Bruce Lee. And a whole bunch of the same people were in the movie theater. That was kind of a trip. A bunch of Muslims in that movie. I was like, oh, tripping out on these people, the Muslims. And then I go over that movie, and oh, there's a bunch of Muslims in here watching Bruce Lee. But yeah.
My
I
bad.
have my own ideas, and people get mad. Mike, basically, they get really mad at me.
No, don't let them suppress your own ideas. It was
I don't want to suppress
1970.
my ideas. I just don't
73.
want problems. I don't want anyone showing up at my house or anything. So,
The funny thing is, I think the producer of that movie was going to do a remake a couple of years ago, but then he died. And it was a Muslim who made the movie, and they never showed Muhammad. They had him always talking off screen, and Anthony Quinn was, I guess, somebody. I don't know.
Hamza.
Was he Ali? He was Hamza.
Hamza. They didn't show Imam Ali and they didn't show Prophet Muhammad, but they showed the sword and the light. And there's also hadiths about not doing that. So a lot of people got mad. And a lot of people just got mad about the movie who hadn't even seen it. They just assumed it was going to show his face in it when it didn't.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I don't know. It was an okay movie. At the time, I didn't know anything about it. I mean, did I know anything about it? I didn't know very much about it. I didn't know who all the people were supposed to be in it exactly when I saw it. But it was.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen this Grayson Brock kid. He watched the whole thing on his stream.
No.
And it was pretty funny when they conquered Mecca and it was time to destroy the idols. All the Muslims in the chat were like, "Oh, this is great! This is where we smashed the idols." Where what's the hadith? Muhammad destroyed 360 pagan idols.
Mm-hmm.
I think one bird when he smashed himself.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure Islam's a whole lot on freedom of speech or freedom of religion, but
I didn't say it promoted freedom of religion in that way. Okay. It was the beginning of an empire.
Yeah, it's always interesting that Muslims love Islamic empire, but act like any other empire is evil.
I like the Western. I like my European heritage. I'm right. That's where I'm from. That's my heritage. That's my it's in my DNA. I think it was one hell of a civilization. I think Prophet Muhammad did a lot for those people. He did a lot bringing those people out of being. I mean, if you read the hadiths and stuff, they were so dumb. They didn't even know how to kill a baby correctly. I mean, they didn't know how to do anything. He even had to tell the people to put clothes on. They used to go around the Kaaba in the nude. People. He even had to tell people put clothes on. He had to tell them everything.
It's hot in the desert. I don't know if I want
What
to
I'm
wear too
saying
many
is
clothes.
they just were not. This was not like the great educated bunch of people. This was people that really needed a lot of help, and he showed up and he brought them up. And it seemed to me like he did the job of a real prophet.
Do you,
He changed them. He changed them into something it was a horrible, Mecca was a horrible place to be in if you weren't one of the top people. And it was a despotic place. Horrible. And he changed those people around. He made them moral people. He made them responsible to their families, quit having bastards, paying people when they worked for them, working, not trying to live off of somebody else. He taught them a lot. And he inspired people a lot, and it went on for centuries. So I don't see him as some horrible person. I see him as a very great person. Even if I wasn't a Muslim, I think he was that was
yeah,
pretty rad doing all that.
I don't see him
Yes.
as a horrible person either. I
Yeah,
don't see him as a prophet, though. I don't see him as someone who
but I
spoke
do.
for
I do.
God.
And I don't
I
care.
understand, obviously.
And I don't believe in the Trinity idea, and I believe in the Tawhid idea. That's the other thing.
Right? Yeah, that's fine.
If there's only one God, then everybody has the same God. Paganism, what? Everybody's got different gods. There's only one God. God created everybody. He's a creator God. And as such, we must respect his creation.
Okay. Could have God have created something and then had a son and then died?
Well, you're talking about somebody, what, like as in begotten or like part of the Trinity?
No. Just you have the original being, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he creates himself a wife. He creates the universe.
You mean, can an unlimited being turn himself into a limited being?
Well, I wouldn't define him as unlimited. I'm just saying he's the creator, right? He
I don't believe this. No, I don't believe
Okay.
he was a human. I don't believe that's something. I don't even believe it's something he would even try to do.
Okay.
I don't believe that. No. I
Uh,
think I think I
God
think
God
people
could
have
not
to.
die.
God is not a person. Okay,
Okay.
he's something else. He's something else. It says he's different. He's not. He's not us.
Can God do anything?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna have to hit you with the Thomas Aquinas question. Can God create a rock that's so heavy that God cannot lift it?
Yes, but why
No.
would he?
No, I don't think so. But I
Okay.
don't know. You'd have to get someone who's more into philosophy and stuff than I am. I don't know. I don't
Okay.
think
So
so.
so there is something he can't do.
No, I think but basically what you're asking is can God create something that has more power than himself? When you say something like that, no, I don't
Right.
believe God can make I don't think God makes something that has more power than himself. I don't pretend I understand everything about God. What I'm looking at is the idea of Tawheed and what it means when you're looking at the creation. In other words, we believe in heaven and hell, but are we going to make this world hell? Or are we going to make it a heaven? Which one? Which one you want to make it?
Well, hopefully not a hell. I'm
Yeah.
assuming you
Okay.
can't make it a heaven.
Oh, do you see that when you see human beings, do you see the humanity in them? Or do you just see them as they don't belong, they're not here, they're not part of God's creation? If you believe there's one God, one creator, and God cared enough to create this creation and everything God creates is good, then you have to have some love for his creation.
Yeah,
And
well,
paganism falls short of that. Paganism, you have different gods, which means you have gods that actually could get into fights with each other. And I'm not seeing it. I don't see that as a great idea. And I just do not believe that if Jesus Christ is God, right? If God decided to become a human and come down to earth, then go back, or I mean, I'm saying it crudely here, but I don't believe if that's true that God does that he would only do it once.
Okay, yeah, I hope we all see humanity in each other, and we
Mhm.
all strive to make each other's lives better.
Mhm.
But I don't believe in God, and so
Well,
I'm
my
not.
sister doesn't either. I have a sister who doesn't believe
Okay.
it.
So my concern is that when I say I don't believe in God, that the Muslims will somehow, implement 532 or 533 uh, is but a just recompense for those who make war on Allah, and is also an endeavor to spread corruption, that they be slain and crucified and have their hands and feet cut off on opposite sides.
Well,
Or
there
532,
was a civil war going on. What can I say?
yeah.
There was a
But
civil
this
war.
is what concerns me: the interpretation of the Quran that has led to what we saw in
Well, interpretation of everything
2014.
leads to everything. Okay.
Yeah,
Interpretation of
absolutely.
everything. And
Interpretations are always
interpretation of atheism leads to what?
sure. I'm not saying it, and I would never say atheism is a perfect ideology or a guidance to all mankind.
Hmm.
Uh, but Muslims make this very broad, very strong
I
claim.
don't, you know what? I don't care what these people are doing in those countries. I mean, I do care, but I don't care at the same time. I care about what Islam can do for America. And to do something for America, it must be realized through white people and also Black Americans, because they already have Islam realizing through them. White people in America becoming Muslim and reflecting Islam through them to the West. This is what needs to happen. It needs to happen in Europe and here. And really, what goes on in those countries, their squabbles do not have to be reintroduced and replicated in the West. They don't. I'm really sorry. Ahmed over here hates Ali over there, and they want to fight it. This is not. This. Why are we letting people come and fight old world fights in the new world? America was the new world. We don't need old world fighting drifting in like that.
Agreed.
Saying that this is my view. I don't know any other Muslims that they feel that way or very much or not. I don't know. I don't know any white Muslims that will admit being a white nationalist. Maybe there's a few on X or whatever who say they are. I don't know very many who will even admit it, but it is there is a sentiment that's growing that way because we don't hate ourselves. Okay, and I'm not buying into this that white Muslims need to hate themselves as part of the price of being Muslim. And I don't agree that these imams really are guiding anybody in this country in a way that's that beneficial for here. Okay, it's not going to help this country. It's just creating a I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I don't think we need imams trying to use America as a cash cow to send money back to their pet projects in their countries or trying to lobby the U.S. government for anything. Just like I don't see any reason AIPAC or the Zionists should be doing this. Okay, I don't think this should be going on. Okay, so wish somebody was more articulate about it and could come on here and talk better. But these are just my thoughts, and I'm just some a dumb housewife. That's all I am, who had a substandard education in my view. But this is my opinion.
Okay. Hey, Claire, why do you think Thomas Jefferson had a Quran?
Because he ordered one in 1765 when he was still a law student, and I guess a lot of people were reading it at the time, weren't they? Carol, you've read the book
Mm-hmm.
Jefferson's Quran,
Mm-hmm.
haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't finished it actually. I should have by now, but I kind of picked it up and I forgot about it.
Right.
But it does say that many early Americans were reading the Quran at the time.
Right. So what do you think of when he was in London? Was he with John Jay or John Adams? I can't remember. But when the Moroccans and the Corsairs were raiding our ships in the Mediterranean, I think he was under Washington. He was maybe Secretary of State. He asked the ambassador from Tripoli, "What gives you the right to, molest our ships? We've done you no harm." And he responded, "The Quran. Allah commands us to attack the Kafirs and plunder them and take their ships." Right?
I don't remember anything about piracy being
Barbary
prescribed in the
piracy.
Quran.
The Barbary Wars.
They say that he read it because of those wars. I don't think that is
The
why he
Barbary
read it.
Wars.
Yeah, I don't think that's why he read it though.
Okay.
They were
maybe
that time in history, like I think Dante's Inferno might have came out then. That time in history, people were reading about Muslims, people who were into that kind of stuff.
Sure.
They were reading about it.
Sure. And Washington wrote a letter saying, when he was building Mount Vernon, taking craftsmen from anybody, including Mohammedans, right? Was what they called Muslims back then, Mohammedans. But I think you might want to look into whether or not Jefferson bought that Quran. What year did you say it was?
1765, when he was a law student.
Okay, so that was before the Revolution, even. So that would have been long before the Barbary Wars. But yeah, I mean, Jefferson was known. I mean, I think he had 10,000 books in his library. In fact, I think he died in debt from buying books.
Yeah, apparently his library burned down, and there's some question about whether the Quran that was left was a new one to replace the one that might have been destroyed in a fire,
Right.
or whether it was the original one.
Yeah, he liked ideas and stuff. Jefferson, he liked reading about them, and he liked not being told what to read or think about stuff. Jefferson was pretty much like that.
And he had Sally Hemings as a concubine, so he might have liked Islam.
He never showed any affection towards any of her kids that were his.
That's true.
And he believed that white people and black people should live separate.
That's true. He wrote a whole book on how blacks urinate through their skin or something that they smell bad.
Sally Hemings was 3/4 white, and she was his wife's, I don't know if it was half sister or cousin. And she looked amazingly like his wife the older she got.
Right.
Yeah.
But he definitely had sex with her. He took her to.
Oh, definitely. He had like a dinner. He had dinner. He would have dinner. Yeah, people would come over and talk to him. He was like he'd wear slippers and stuff, like his whole thing was he was trying to show, he was a regular person as president or whatever. And, Washington tried to be more regal behaving, wearing a sword and this kind of stuff. But he tried to go for the more, I'm one of the people kind of things. And people would sit there, be eating, and maybe they weren't from the South or they were from somewhere else. They're sitting there and they would look in horror at these obvious, they were his slaves serving dinner that looked like him. They were his kids, and he made no apologies about it. And they would be kind of shocked by it. Like, oh my God, those are his kids. And when he died, his daughters from Sally Hemings, they all passed as white and married white men.
Yeah, I think there's a reunion every 20 years or something from descendants from Sally and descendants from Jefferson or
Mhm.
something. They get together.
They used to say the oldest son, that family used to say the oldest one was from somebody in France. It wasn't really his kid, or it was like from a different Jefferson. But I think now they've decided they all were his kids. All of her kids were his. I'm not sure what it was, but there was a controversy for a while about the oldest one maybe not actually being his. Like he didn't impregnate her in France.
Right.
But he did talk her into coming back. I mean, she did come back because she could have stayed in France and not come back. And he said, come back and, you know.
Anyways, I don't think Jefferson would be in support of secular Koranism,
Why not?
even though he
Why
had
not?
the separation between church and state should be the
He
wall.
didn't say anything about separation of mosque and state.
It's implied. It should be changed, obviously, now to the separation between religion and governance.
But Washington said we must with caution indulge the supposition that morality can be maintained without religion.
I know. I read his farewell letter there.
And John
By the way,
Adams
did you
said
know
something.
that I
the
think they still
Constitution
read
being-
on the Senate.
What? What was this about the Senate?
They still read that letter.
Well, yes, and you still haven't. You guys still haven't fixed the problem. You still haven't got a religion, and then you're wondering why everything's going wrong. And I know Adam said
First of
something
all-
about the Constitution can only be enforced by principled people, something like that. And well, you know what a bunch of crooks Congress are. So I don't know why you don't fix it. It's so obvious.
Everything's going wrong because we spend too much money. That's our first problem. We're $36 trillion in debt, or whatever the hell it is now. Second,
but if you abolish usury, then you can default on your debt. Wouldn't that be great?
well, you can default on the debt without abolishing usury. You can just say we're not paying it back.
No. But if you abolish usury, it would be like we're going to be good from now on, right? It's like we're going to start a new system, and hopefully the rest of the world will join us because we are correcting ourselves, and we've seen the light and that kind of thing.
Okay, guys, I have to go. It was fun being on here, and I want to apologize for any of the times I interrupted you, Mike, when you were talking. I really didn't mean to. Sometimes I just get a little carried away. I'm not trying to be rude. Okay, everybody.
Thanks for coming.
Bye.
It's all good. Have a good one.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Have you finished my book, Mike? You haven't, have
No,
you?
I'm still 10 pages from the end, I think.
10 pages.
It's somewhere in here.
Okay. Oh, well, that's all right. You haven't forgotten about it.
No, it's still here somewhere. I still keep pushing it on people who hate me on YouTube, so it might not be getting a lot of traction.
Yes, you wave it at the Muslims to trigger them.
I do. I try to wave it at the Muslims. So, hey, you should check this out. And they're like, what are you talking about? We hate you. We want nothing to do with what you do. And I'm like, oh, sorry, Claire. I tainted you with a bad brush. But,
well, AI is quite polite about it now. I don't know if you do. Do you use AI at all?
I do not use AI at all.
You don't.
No.
Okay, but anyway,
I'm thinking about becoming Amish and getting rid of electricity, but
really,
I do enjoy these.
How would you keep your beers cool?
I'd have to move up north to where there's natural ice, I guess. Yeah, that's a good point. I do like my ice.
Mm. Well,
okay,
warm beer is terrible.
I'll just get rid of computers to begin with, not electricity.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
So how's things been going in England?
actually listen to the news. I kind of get it at one remove. Maybe I catch a bit of, headlines on, Twitter. I used to listen to the news every morning, and it's just too annoying for words. And a few years ago, somebody asked me if they thought that that they wondered if I thought it was propaganda too, and obviously it is, because it's so annoying, and you feel you're being. Do you listen to the radio or the TV, or you just get it from social media?
Seriously, someone asked you if you listen to the radio?
Well, I used to, but that was some years ago. But it's
Yeah.
in
How old
the
are these people? Nobody
um,
listens to the radio anymore. I mean, I listen to the radio, but just for like classic rock while driving or something. But
mhm. Yeah, but you can't be
I mean,
looking at things the whole time.
yes,
But then
yeah,
you yeah, I mean, now I listen to people's spaces, which probably is not official, but maybe is more entertaining. Um, yeah, local radio, is that what you listen to?
yes, just local FM radio. But
Mhm.
anyway, Claire, you
Thank
go
you
to
for.
bed. You do sound tired. I'm getting tired.
Yes, me too.
I mean, it's 9 p.m. here in Eastern time. It's got to be past midnight for you, right? Like
Yeah, it's nearly
2
two.
a.m.
Yeah, but it was good to listen to you talk and argue with
Okay.
Carol. It was fun. Thank you for coming, Mike.
I
Good.
tried not to cut her off too much, but every now and then they just ramble on so long I get frustrated. I'm like, all right, listen, answer this
Mhm.
question, answer that question. But so she answered. She asked me like 3 questions. I said no, no, and no. But they were very simple questions about would I like a neighbor to call the police if I'm being killed? Yes, that would be nice.
Well, the thing is, what she calls white values are basically middle class values. I think
Yeah, and
nice people values.
exactly. I didn't want to call her a racist, but she sounded a bit like a racist. And I'm a white guy who will say nigger at any point. So, it is what it is. But now we stepped in it. Anyways, this is what happens when you get drunk too
All
late.
right.
But
Good night. Thank you for
all
coming.
right, you have a good one, Claire.
You too. Bye.
See you.